I thought it was your birthday. Okay, so postponement and order of the day. There's no ceremonial items, so any postponement or order of the day today?
No, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Then let's go to oral communications. This portion of the meeting is for persons who wishing to address the city council on any matters within the jurisdiction of the city, but not on the agenda for discussion, including information items. Do we have any cards, Madam City Clerk? Or hands raised on Zoom?
So I have a number of cards in front of me, but I need to go through them. So if with your permission, I'd like to start with Zoom.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have one hand raised, Aram James. Anyone wishing to speak under oral communications, please have a speaker card submitted in the next 9 minutes or your hand raised on Zoom. Welcome, Aram.
Thank you. We've had a lot of, I normally speak because I'm a Palo Alto resident in Palo Alto, but we've had a lot of people, including at least one gentleman from Cupertino who's spoke consistently, at least twice, in opposition to Senate Bill 403. Now, I can't understand why anyone would.
Sir,
Point of
actually-
order.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Sir, this is oral communications reserved for items that are not on the agenda.
Okay. Wait,
The item that you're wishing to speak on is item 13, so it will be discussed later on.
Okay, well then I will wait till that time, but I would like to speak generally then. I wanted to bring your attention to a bill that did not pass this year, and that was AB 742. And I was extremely active in that bill, and I didn't get to speak in front of your council about it, but Assembly Bill 742 was sponsored by Assemblyman Dr. Corey Jackson out of Riverside County, and the bill would have prohibited, it didn't pass, but it was the first time in the history of the United States that such a bill was even proposed. And we're hoping that it will come back next year. But this bill would have prevented police canines. And by the way, police canines are the most likely use of police force to send you to the hospital in this country. And that was documented in a Pulitzer Prize 13-part series by the Marshall Project called Mauled. And it documented how vile and how much we've looked the other way on police forces using canines. And I understand in your city, it's the sheriff's department. And I, talked during the debates for sheriff. And I know that Bob Johnson at one point said that they didn't want to have canines in the sheriff's department, but they do. They have vile police canines that attack human beings. They bite the groin, the head, the face, and a former member of the sheriff's department who also ran for sheriff, Sean Allen, the first Black African-American person to run for sheriff in this county, spent 24 years in the jail, and he saw over 200 dog bites during the 24 years that he spent in the jail. And these bites were always disproportionately Black and brown people. Some of the bites resembled shark bites, etc. So I want to bring to your attention the possibility that best police practices and for our sheriff would be no police canines except to search for human beings or for the bomb detection, but not to bite human beings. So I hope you'll listen and pay attention to this argument in the future.
Thank you,
so
sir.
much.
That is your time. Next, we have Lisa Warren. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. I just want to mention and remind that there are big issues with the current city's current ordinance for residential balconies and privacy screening. And this has been brought up for years. A previous planning commission who included David Fung, Stephen Scharf, and others, some that are still on commission, decided that yes, it was a good time and should have been previously done to reevaluate those ordinances, because residents often appeal projects because of those things. And the ordinances are not good. They're poorly written. They don't include some simple information that they should include, and they have bad tree species, et cetera, et cetera. And actually, Mayor Way and Council Member Moore, I met with you 2 years ago in October, it'll be 2 years ago, and had this discussion. And I know that Council Member Moore was agreeing with a lot of what was brought up by me and many other residents in these city council and planning commission meetings over years. And Mayor Way, you seem to think it was nothing to worry about. And I'm not clear to this day why that is. I'm concerned because I believe it's officially on the work program. It may not be a funded item, but I think it finally got on the work program. And I just think it needs to be bumped up in importance, especially with all the housing bills and the increase in density that's expected. These things become more and more important, and they're not being addressed. And there's absolutely zero reason they shouldn't be. And I'm concerned that city council meetings are taking the place, or for some reason, so many planning commission meetings have been canceled. And planning commission should really be talking about this first in order for it to come to you. But if they don't have meetings and they don't have it on their agendas, which they have in the past said it should be, it's not going to happen. And it really, really needs to happen. And I feel like other things are being heard over this. And this is not just me. I just happen to be one of the more vocal voices. But it's a problem that needs to be addressed. And I'm really disappointed that it hasn't been yet.
Thank you, Lisa. Mayor, we have 2 speakers in Community Hall. First is Jennifer Griffin. Second is Brooke Ezett. Welcome, Jennifer.
Hello, hello. Hi, good evening, City Council. I'm Jennifer Griffin, and I wanted to talk for a minute about Senate Bill 423, SB 423. This is the bill that extends SB 35, involves the labor unions, and somehow is involving the Coastal Commission. I'm very, very concerned that this bill, which just went through the Natural Resources Committee last week and has gone into appropriations, that it is unconstitutional in the state. It is trying to take out the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission was brought about in 1974, 75 by a citizen-led initiative, which we voted on, and that established the Coastal Commission. In 1976. I remember this because my parents and neighbors were quite involved in this. What I am concerned about is that we have several elected legislators and some other groups that have decided that the sovereignty of the Coastal Commission needs to be overridden. And I see that as illegal. If you're going to take down the Coastal Commission, it requires a vote of the people of California who put it in there. I spoke to one of the people, representative who is on the governance, sorry, the Resources Committee that this bill just went through. And she said, we don't know if it's illegal or not. It has to be fought out in court. Now, to me, what is to prevent, we don't know why the legislators decided to back this. We don't know what groups decided to do this. None of them are trained in CEQA. They do not have background in environmental training. They do not understand what happens in the coast. We don't know who these people are. When you have groups like this and legislators, they could say something like, children aren't allowed to go to school anymore. Now, would we accept that in California? I don't think that would go down well. So why are we allowing
unknown groups to tell us that we need to override the Coastal Commission. That is illogical. This bill is illegal. It is against the law, and we need to start speaking up and saying that. If they're going to take down the Coastal Commission, the state gets to vote on it. Now, I have heard no one say that. I understand the Coastal Commission is fighting this. It also sets the governor up for problems because he appoints the Coastal Commission. If he signs this bill, then he is in the wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And we have Luis Sidati. And that is our final speaker, Mayor.
Hello. Good evening. It's a beautiful day in Cupertino. I think there are a lot of residents that want to speak tonight, so I will be short. I'm responding to a comment that was made last meeting. Something was said during an item that I thought was rather disrespectful and rude. And I mentioned it when I spoke about the item. And it was just a small item about changing a time of the next council meeting, and something that normally would just take 5-10 minutes, dragged on for half an hour. And anyhow, so I made a comment about the need to be cordial and civil. And then another person, a resident that spoke, then complained that I spoke about this during the item. And so I am now talking during oral communications about cordiality and why I think it's very important if any residents notice any disrespect or untruth, that they can speak during that item when that untruth or disrespect occurred. Because in October, there will be a meeting regarding the grand jury findings and the independent private investigator findings regarding disrespect, and it will have consequences for the 2 council members that were cited in the grand jury communication sightings and private investigators investigation, which the city has to respond to. So in fairness to those 2 council members that were cited, and we all know who they are, if any communication occurs which is considered disrespectful or whatever the grand jury cited, it really would behoove the truth for people to say, hey, as a resident, I feel that, that came across as very disrespectful. And I think then when the October meeting happens, people aren't sitting there going, well, what? Why? Whereas if you are written up at your company for something, and then you're giving no feedback, and then suddenly 6 months later, you're whatever, a continued feedback is good. And so I will continue to speak up when I notice any disrespect. And if somebody calls me out for speaking that an item was spoken about in a disrespectful manner, but I only spoke about it for a sentence or 2 or 3, then it will force me to go at length during oral communications. So there.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
I'm very sorry, Mayor, but I neglected to call on Brooke Ezett. I announced her earlier, but I forgot to call on her. So Brooke, I apologize.
Good evening. I'm here to discuss 2 items, money and settlements. I really have a problem with the fact that the city council sees fit to spend $43,000 on an investigation when the council has gutted the teen programs. I think a much better use of city funds would be to fund teen programs. Secondly, the city has spent $45,000 defending itself against the League of Women Voters lawsuit, which I view as being frivolous. That $45,000 should have been returned to the city to fund the teen programs. And finally, settlements. On May 9th, after Council Member S'more and Chow recused themselves and exited the dais, two hours, 45 minutes and 35 seconds, Councilmember Fruin stated, "One thing I would like to share with you, Vice Mayor Moran, on this topic is that if this activity is happening here, I would think that it is reasonable to expect it is happening at those bodies." Now, I'm not a legal scholar, but that sounds to me remarkably like these people are guilty before they are able to prove themselves innocent. And furthermore, Council Fruin goes on to opine, and I would direct you to the results of a settlement with the Cities Association between that agency and its executive director, which involved an $8,000 payout because of Liang Chao's behavior. Now, I went back and I Googled and I did a records request, and I found that that particular legal kerfluffle was not a result of Liang Chao's behavior. It was the result of a dispute between the executive director and her employer about health coverage, and also about whether that organization should be a JPA or continue to be a nonprofit. When I went and I looked through the settlements, what I found is that the city of San Jose, which I believe is Mr. Fruin's current employer, paid out $9,570 for that settlement. And the city of Cupertino spent $8,000 as a result of that settlement. Ms. Jordan's attorney put in a demand letter requesting $441,000 and settled for $180,000, of which $8,000 was the city of Cupertino's responsibility. I hope that people will realize that settlements are not a conviction. They're not an acknowledgement of guilt. What they are is people wanting to settle their differences and move on because they don't have the resources, either mentally or financially, to deal with some of this legal nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. Mayor, that was our final speaker.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I'm going to close the public comments session, and I want to oral communication session. I want to thank all the people who come and make comments. They care about our city affairs. That's why they're here. So thank you for making any oral communications. Now I'm going to move on to, let's see, the consent calendar, which is items 2 to 9. Do we have any consent calendars being pulled?
No, Mayor Way.
Okay, if not, I would like to open up for public comments on consent calendar number 2 to 9. Do we have cards or hands raised?
Yes, Mayor, we have one request to speak in Community Hall from Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, would you like to speak on number 9? And I
need to hire a secretary.
Jennifer, I believe you also want to speak on number 4. 4 and 9.
Okay, all right. Do you want me to start with 4
It's up to you.
or the Cristo Ray? Okay.
4 and 9 is what you have.
Okay, I'll start with 9 since this one, I'm really glad. My husband and I go up to the cemetery on Cristo Rey all the time because his father is buried there in the veterans section. And we go at least 2 to 3 times a month. It's a lovely area. I have noticed that many people are riding their bikes along the narrow road and there are no bike lanes. We have wondered for many, many years why there were no bike lanes going up to the circle and to Rancho San Antonio Park and to the forum back there. I think this is a good use of the money. I'm not sure how this affects the parking in the area because you do have a lot of homes in there. And I just was wondering if you all could talk about the roundabout. Now, I know roundabouts are used in Europe a lot. I'm still getting used to them. They kind of scare me. But how do you handle the bike lanes when you get to the roundabout? Because that is a very busy roundabout. It looks like the sign looks like a turtle to me whenever we come up there. And one of the other things that's sort of dangerous is that one of the walking trails from Rancho San Antonio comes down and it's right at the entrance to the Gate of Heaven Cemetery where the gate is. And we always have to look to the right to make sure that we don't hit a pedestrian, or I don't know if you can ride a bike in there. But if you all are going to be using money to kind of rework that area, you might want to think about looking at that traffic circle, because I think it's too small to handle the amount of traffic there. Plus, when people are walking, they get confused about how to actually cross it. So I think maybe we need to either eliminate the traffic circle, make it bigger, or try to have better instructions about how to deal with it. One time we stopped because there were pedestrians that walked by and a wild turkey followed them across the crosswalk, which I thought was really cute. But anyway, if you all could take a look at that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Jennifer, did you want to speak on 4? Oh, well, actually, your time is video. Did she have?
I am so old. Okay.
I think
Sorry.
she had a minute left video.
Oh, okay. Did I? Yeah, I wasn't sure how that worked. So this was the lobbying one. There's constant lobbying stuff going on. And I think we need to be really clear about what the definition of lobbying is, because we hear it in the news all the time. And I think that once we made the lobbying ordinance 2 years ago. I was there. Then we're already changing it. So I suspect that the nomenclature and definition of what a lobbyist is, who registers, et cetera, is going to change constantly in Cupertino. This is not the last iteration of it. We need to realize that this is something that will be constantly modified. So if it comes up again, don't be surprised. Lobbying is a very, very important thing, but we need to monitor it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mayor, that is, I do see a hand raised on Zoom now by Peggy Griffin. Welcome, Peggy.
Thank you. Good evening, council, staff. I want to speak to the second reading of the lobbying ordinance. There was a lot of discussion about what the state, conforming to the state, whether we were, yada, yada. When I glanced at the state law, it looked to me like the $5,000 included travel expenses. And also it looked like a difference between the $5,000 and then there was a contract lobbyist that was a $2,000 limit. But anyway, I just want to put that out there that if we revisit this one day, that I really think that the expenses should be included in the limit, because the limit is so high that you've set. And $5,000 every quarter is a lot of money. It ought to include the travel expenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. And we now have Lisa Warren with her hand raised. So I will call on Lisa. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. So I wasn't able to attend the last meeting or in Zoom or person, but when this lobbying ordinance came up and there was a big discussion with the League of Women's Voters. And I just am very curious, because I have not seen nor heard of any other city that our original ordinance that was being challenged was taken from other cities, surrounding cities. I've seen no indication that League of Women Voters has taken the same step to sue the other cities. And I'm very curious about that. And if I'm wrong, it didn't make the news like we did. And I'm wondering why. I also, with respect to the people who are lobbyists and are actually doing the right thing and registering, I would like to thank, I can't recall all the names right now, there's so few, but I do know Amy Chan has registered repeatedly because she should, and she does. And the same with Jim Canine and his company. So I am grateful for that. I just wish there weren't so many people afraid to let people know that they were lobbyists. It shines a very strange light, especially if our city was the only one targeted with the same basic ordinance. So Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. And Mayor, that is our final speaker.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I am going to close the public comment for consent calendar 229, and I'm open up for council discussion. If not, a motion and a second. Okay, does anybody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve the consent calendar items 2 through 9.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
So it's being made, motion and seconded. Any further discussions? If not, let's vote by light.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Now we're moving into the next session, which is public hearing. We have 2 public hearings. We're moving to item number 10 first. I'm going to open the public hearing for item number 10. Hearing to consider approval of lien assessment and collection of fees on private parcels resulting from abatement of public nuisance, weeds and or brush for the annual weed and brush abatement programs and accompanying budget appropriation request. May I have staff report, please?
Mayor Wei, City Clerk will give a short presentation.
Yes, I am just going to pull up my slides. Actually, just one moment. My presentation crashed. Sorry, I have to go into my folder. Okay. Okay, I will just share my screen. And are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so it will not go into presentation mode. Okay, so I'm going to leave it in this view because it's not going into presentation mode. Okay, just a quick overview. The lien assessment and collection process includes both the weed and brush abatement programs. Only properties that have failed to meet the requirements are assessed. Tonight's hearing requests consideration of a resolution confirming assessments on properties for unpaid abatement services. If approved, the total charges are included on the property owner tax bill. Owners may request council remove their property from the assessment list. Any waived fees will be billed to the city. Charges include any work performed by a county contractor as well as county administrative fees. These are the county fees for the 2023 season. Every property in the program receives an initial inspection to determine if the property has abated. The inspection fee this year is $92. Per the current city process, the owner is only charged if a property fails the initial inspection. The city covers the cost for any parcels that have passed inspections. The administrative fee of $519 is charged for properties that fail the initial inspection and must be re-inspected. An administrative fee of $891 is charged if weed and or brush of removal is completed by the county's contractor. This fee is in addition to the costs to remove the weeds and brush. And the county contractor abatement work prices vary depending on the type of work that is completed. Just a bit on the supplemental process for past inspections, where the city pays the fee for properties that pass the initial inspection. This applies to the weed abatement program only. It was adopted by council it was approved by council on November 2nd, 2020, as well as a budget appropriation of $8,886, which was authorized to fund these costs. The city will pay the initial inspection costs if the property passes the initial inspection by the April 30 deadline. On December 13th, 2022, the city mailed a letter outlining this process to all of the property owners that are on the program list. So on July 6th, the county filed the assessment report of all costs associated with abatement. On July 7th, that report was mailed to every property owner that was on the list, as well as tonight's hearing notice. There are 36 parcels on the assessment list. This hearing will only consider approval of lien assessment and collection of fees on those properties that did not pass the initial inspection and incurred costs for the county to abate the nuisance. This year, 81 properties were found to be compliant as listed in the past inspection report, in the staff report. The inspection costs will be paid by the city, and those properties are not included for consideration at this hearing. I just want to mention a typo that is on the agenda for the payment to be, for the city payment is actually $7,252 as listed here, not $7,254 as listed in the, as contained in the agenda. So it's a $2 difference, but wanted to mention it. And so the action before you is to conduct the hearing to consider objections from property owners that are listed on the assessment report. And if council wishes to adopt resolution number 23-093, approving the lien assessment and collection of fees for weeds and brush to allow the county to recover the cost of abatement. And lastly, approve the budget appropriations of $7,492 in the general fund.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I'm going to open for council question before public comments. Any questions from the council? If not, I'll open up for public comments.
So I see one hand raised on Zoom from Pawan Kumar. Welcome, Pawan. You'll need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi. My name is Pawan Kumar. I'm from Sacramento. Dear Cupertino City Council, I'm here to express my support for SB 403 and
Sir, actually, this is for the item number 10, which is weed abatement lien assessment. The item that you wish to speak on is number 13, which will be heard later on in the agenda.
all right. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor, I do not have any cards or I do not see any requests to speak.
Okay,
for
thank
this
you.
item.
Then I will close the public comments on this hearing. And does council have any questions? If not, I'll close the public comment first before the motion, right? City Council.
You can close the public hearing
right.
now, Mayor.
I'm going to close the public hearing and come back to council for a motion and a second, please. Councilmember Moore
I move the recommended action.
and Councilmember
Second.
Fruin seconded. Motion by Councilmember Moore and seconded by Councilmember Fruin. If there's no discussions, let's vote by light.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I'm going to item number 11 and open the public hearing for item number 11. Fiscal year 2023-2024 fee schedule update. Do we have a staff report?
Ms. Mayor, we do. We're getting ready for the presentation by Director Alfaro and our newest addition to the Administrative Services Department. Are we ready to go?
I think we just need IT to put the presentation up on the screen. I need to put it in presentation mode. And I will hand it promptly over to Jonathan Orozco, our finance manager, to go over a brief presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, White, and council members. Tonight, we will be presenting the fiscal year 23-24 proposed fee schedule update. On the agenda, I will be providing some background, including defining a fee schedules for city services, and the methodology for increasing the fees, followed by fee rates, the new fees, fiscal impact, and staff recommendation. As defined by the city's 2016 fee study, a user fee is a fee or rate charged to an individual or group that receives a private benefit from services provided by the city. The city has 5 fee schedules. Schedule A, general fees, includes fees not specific to a department or division that would require a dedicated schedule, such as code enforcement permits, false alarms, city clerk services, and others. Schedule B, engineering fees. This schedule covers fees necessary for the engineering division within the Public Works Department to review plans and applications for private developments, which includes design and inspections. Schedule C, planning fees. This schedule is utilized by the planning division, which administers all requires review and evaluation processes for proposed land use projects and maintains the goals and objectives of the city's general plan and zoning ordinance. Schedule D, building fees. This schedule is utilized by the by the building division of the Community Development Department and covers general building, construction plan check, and building code enforcement. And lastly, the Schedule E, parks and recreation fees. This schedule is utilized by the Recreation Services Department, which organizes, markets, and oversees recreation and leisure services in a variety of programs. The city's fees are set through a comprehensive fee study conducted approximately every 7 years, with the last completed study occurring in 2016. The city is currently in the process of another study, which will be presented to council later this year. Between the fee studies, the city updates the fees using either the Bay Area Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, or CPI, Construction Cost Index, or CCI, or estimated budgeted labor costs. For fiscal year 23-24, the CPI increased by 5.3%, the CCI increased by 7.1%, and the estimated labor cost increased by 9%. I will note that the 9% labor cost increase reflects 2 years' worth of labor changes, as last year the city was in the process of labor negotiations and the budget had not been finalized when the fee update was presented to council. Included in the 9%, the fiscal year 22-23's 5% cost of living adjustment, estimated payroll increases for CalPERS reports, and approximately a 1% increase for employees progressing into a higher salary step. This slide provides historical changes in escalators by schedules. As you can see, Schedule A is adjusted by CPI, Schedule B is adjusted by CCI and estimated labor cost. Schedule C is updated by CPI and estimated labor cost. And Schedule D is adjusted by estimated labor cost. Schedule E is not included as this schedule is market driven by similar services offered by other providers and other governmental agencies. We now move on to new and noteworthy changes. Schedule A would take effect July 19th, and staff proposes to include a commemorative bench fee at $5,000. Schedules B and C have an effective date of September 17th to confirm with minimum state law requirements, whereas Schedule D would take effect July 19th, and all 3 schedules do not have any new fees or noteworthy changes. Schedule E would take effect July 19th, and the staff is proposing the removal of the teen center from the schedule due to the permanent closure and updating the security staffing rate to 43% to align with the pass-through costs with contracted rate increases for the fiscal year. On to the fiscal impact of the proposed fee schedule updates. Based on the 3-year historical average, the general fund revenues are estimated to increase by approximately $550,000, while the enterprise funds will increase by approximately $300. The table shown separates the estimated increases by schedule and funds. At this time, staff is recommending the adoption of resolution approving fiscal year 23-24 fiscal fee schedules A, D, and E effective July 19th, 2023, and schedules B and C effective September 17th, 2023. This ends my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Finance Manager Orozco. Did I say it correctly?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm opening up for council questions. Councilmember Boone or Councilmember Moore? Oh, I don't have lights on in either one of you. No questions? Councilmember Moore?
Okay, just a quick kind of a scheduling question. So we've got this report that's going to come to council sometime in the fall regarding the fees that we have. When would we anticipate making adjustments to this schedule? Once we've gotten that information.
Through the mayor, I could take that question for Director Alfaro. So Councilmember Moore, if I understand you, you're talking about the second potential fee schedule update that will be brought to council. We don't have that clarity from the consultant right now. So we're hoping that the study will finish before the end of the year. So if it's earlier, we can bring it back to council for adoption sooner. Right now, the anticipated schedule is either December, if not January of next year.
Okay, and then, so this will be for the following year, this adjustment that we're making right now. This will be for the full year. We're not going to readjust it halfway through. Is the
No,
question.
no, you're absolutely right.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Foon?
So with respect to that same fee study, are we planning to harmonize that with our housing element analysis in terms of constraints on development?
Through the chair, yes, we are. And I've double checked with the community development department, and there isn't any potential constraint on the housing production.
Do you any more questions before I open to public comment? Vice Mayor Mohan?
Yeah, I had one question. In Schedule C, there's a 9% labor cost that's been applied to all fees in Schedule C, except for the housing mitigation in lieu fee. And I wondered why that was not adjusted. That I didn't see an explanation for it.
So there were.
Would you like me to answer that question? Thanks. Yeah, so the housing, the affordable housing mitigation fee is an impact fee. Its level is set by a separate nexus study, which is a different process than was used for this fee schedule update.
And when will that happen?
It's not agendized now. I mean, it's something that council I would recommend prioritizing through the work program if you would like staff to look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, I'd like to open up for public comment, please. Do we have any cards or hands raised?
Yes, Mayor, I have one request to speak in Community Hall, and I see 2 hands raised on Zoom. In Community Hall, we have Don Halsey. Welcome, Don.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, honorable council persons, people in the staff, etc. I'm here to talk about, of all things, the golf course, but fees on the golf course. That's today's topic. I'm going to use a low-tech approach here.
Point of order.
I'm sorry.
Point of order, Mayor. I would remind the audience that we have a speaker and to give him the floor while he's speaking.
Thank you. Just so that we have a speaker attention. So let's, pay attention to the
I couldn't
speaker.
hear what
Thank you.
was said. Continue?
Yes, please.
Proceed. Okay. So that's what I'm going to talk about. Give you some fresh news. These are the fees on the golf course. As of this afternoon, I went right down there. There's a bunch of numbers here. I expect you to memorize them all because there will be a test in about 10 seconds. Here's the test. These are the fees proposed to take effect tomorrow that you're voting on right now. Okay. So thanks for that. Over here in the yellow square, these are the fees that were there last year. And those of you with a photographic memory will say, ha, it's the same ones. So, okay, fine. That jives. And these in white are what's proposed for tomorrow. And if a sharp eye will discern that there is no difference, so no change proposed. I'll just say, about that. We heard earlier that we don't look at CPI because all this stuff is market driven. So I'm going to give you info on that. This was actually presented back in September. Here's Blackberry Farm. I'm using the non-resident fee of $18 compared to a similar non-resident fee at Sunken Gardens. And those of you who don't play golf may not be able to relate this, but these are very similar golf courses and you might want to expect to pay about the same, okay? But Sunken Gardens, which is publicly owned, they charge 28% more and seem to make a go of it. You could say, what about Prune Ridge? Yeah, of course, they're right down in San Jose, another 9-hole golf course. Again, it's similar to what we've got at Blackberry Farm, and they charge 22% more. I will not talk about Deep Cliff, 40+% more, but they're not public. We'll just go apples to apples here. So if we're going to be market driven, I would say you've got a gap there. If you went and said, let's just go a little short of the 28 and the 20, let's just go with 20%. You know, if you did that, the projections from the city showed overall a 25 years, a $10 million loss. If you boosted the fees by 20%, you'd get another 1.8 million, and that would be $75,000 a year. So you can make a decision to say, we're going to boost those fees looking at the market. And I think that's an opportunity for the Cupertino City Council to say, yes, this budget issue is serious. We're taking it serious,
That is
and we're
your
going to raise
time.
the fees.
Thank you, Don. Now we will move to Zoom, Mayor. We have Peggy Griffin and Lisa Warren. Welcome, Peggy.
Good evening, council and staff. I want to second what Don Halsey just said. There is no excuse for not upping the fees for the Blackberry Farm Golf Course. It has been repeatedly pointed out that the fees are too low. So I encourage you to make an exception, do your resolution, but say that these fees need to go up. Also, I have two other issues. In the staff report, page 4 of 6, it recommends that increases to parkland dedication and transportation impact fees be deferred to allow for further review. When does the staff anticipate bringing this back to council? My concern is twofold. Projects are continually being submitted, and the longer the delay, the more our city will be impacted by the inability to charge the adequate fees to cover the costs at a time when our finances are stretched. Once this comes to council, it is approved, Schedule B fees, it takes 60 days after adoption. That's an additional 2-month delay from the time it comes to council and you pass it. Please set a no later than date for bringing this back to council. Also prioritize this work so that when it does return, it comes more quickly, as soon as it can. Delays will impact the city's finances. I question the statement in the staff report that there are no fiscal impacts because this proposed delay does impact the city. Second issue, or third, if you count the Blackberry Farm, is one of the fees that shows up every year on our property tax bill is the parcel tax / special assessments area, is stormwater drain fee. And maybe I'm looking in the wrong place, but I can't find it in Schedule B. Maybe it's not supposed to be there, but I'd like to know, I'm trying to find out if my taxes as a resident are going to go up, even if I don't remodel or do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Next, we have Lisa Warren. Welcome, Lisa. Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. So once again, thank you, Peggy, for all the good information and the research that goes behind it. And as well as for Don Halsey, whom I raised my hand to echo what he's saying, And add that on the open houses where people walked the course with staff, and potentially consultant too, I think, maybe. I was at some of these things and there was always, why don't we raise the price? Why don't we raise the price? And that was coming mostly from people who golf there on a regular basis. There's no reason not to. For all the reasons that Dawn said, and just knowing that your population who was interested in this whole subject is not opposed to it, at least the people I heard. So please consider that. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Mayor, that's our final speaker.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I'm going to close the public comment area and then we'll bring it back to council for discussion. Councilmember Foon and followed by Councilmember Chow.
So if you could actually opine on the issue of the fees for the golf course, that would be helpful. Is there a particular methodology used to arrive at the no change, or what else is driving that?
Yes, so we met with the Parks and Recreation Department and discussed the ability to either raise the fees now or wait for the fee study that should be comprehensive, looking at all their fees all together at once. And we felt it would be most prudent to wait for the fee study to come forward to look at everything holistically at once.
Just to follow that question, so that would be looking at maybe a fee adjustment being about a year, right?
Correct. With the recommendation coming to council, December, January timeframe, and then that fee could go into effect earlier if council so chose. If not, it could go into effect in July 1st.
Okay, thank you. Member Chow.
So I remember last year already we were told that we are not increasing the golf course fee at the time because we are going to do some study. And now a year later, with all the price increase everywhere, we are still not increasing the fees. So I'm just wondering, if we decide, for example, that because this is an issue that has been brought up many times. So if we decide maybe we increase a resident fee by 10%, non-resident fee by 20%, is it possible that to make that decision today? Or do we need more study before the council make that decision?
I believe we can do that today, but I just want to double check with city attorney because of noticing if that's still allowable to increase the rates for Blackberry Farm.
Yeah, we would have to renotice the item, yes.
So we would need to come, we have to do it in the next meeting.
Yeah, I would recommend that. I mean, I could take a look at it, but I don't want to look, I won't be able to give you an answer on the noticing requirements now.
Can we adopt the version today and then revise the golf course fee in another meeting?
That could always come back as a separate agenda item, yes.
Okay, great. And then another question brought up by the public, also the staff report reads, Public Works Department continues to evaluate parkland dedication and transportation impact fees for fiscal year 2023-24. It is recommended that increases to parkland dedication and transportation impact fees be deferred to allow for further review of potential fee increases. So I'm curious, what's the reason that further review is required? And then, yeah, like was mentioned, when do we expect that to come back? Because as we know, parkland dedication and transportation impact fees could make a millions dollar difference for a large project.
Yeah, the reasons for the two fees are a little bit different. With respect to the parkland fees, there, we don't really have solid basis for increasing them at this point. With respect to the transportation impact fee, we really need to do further study based on some changes since that fee was last set before increasing the fee. So those are there are different reasons, but at this point, I would not recommend increasing either of those fees for a number of reasons.
So my understanding is for these two fees, we would need to do a nexus study to understand the impact of a development project on parkland or traffic, and then we set the fee. So when was the last nexus study done?
Well, so there are a little bit different processes for the two fees. For the transportation impact fee, I believe the last nexus study was done in around 2017. And that you do need to do a nexus study to make sure that those fees are set correctly. The parkland dedication is a bit different. It's done via appraisal, and I believe that's done annually. Our public
Right.
works director can jump in and correct me if that's not true.
So then do those fees also automatically have an annual increase, or are they just not changed since 2017?
No, there have been increases in those fees since 2017.
So there is an automatic annual increase by CPI?
So the parkland dedication fee is tied to the cost of land in the city.
Mhm.
The transportation impact fee, I believe it's tied to construction cost index rather than CPI.
Mhm. And okay, so construction cost has increased dramatically since 2017.
That's correct, yeah.
So do we plan to do a nexus study soon?
It's something that we are discussing at the staff level. If council could certainly prioritize that by putting it on the work program.
Mhm.
But it's something that independent of that, we are
Okay,
discussing the
but
need
the
at the staff level.
parkland fee is done annually because we get an annual assessment report from the county.
No, we do an appraisal. The Public Works Department does an annual appraisal to evaluate that fee.
Is that a requirement by any municipal code to do an annual appraisal? Just curious.
It's a requirement of the Quimby Act, the state law that authorizes the fee, that the fees bear a reasonable relationship to the cost of acquiring
So
property for parks.
That's really good to know. So those are the reasons that they are not updated together with these fees. So it would be nice if this is made clear in the staff report, so the public understand the reasons of not updating those. Thank you for the explanation.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Council Member Moore?
Yes, I'm kind of wondering, looking at the Schedule E Blackberry Farm Golf Course, if we are to pull out the golf fees, is that something that we could see on the 25th, or are we going to have to wait later on that? And then there's a number of fees associated with it beyond just the $16 and the $18 that we were looking at. There was a whole other table. So what is the request that we would be making? Because we would, if we are going to approve all of the fees, we're just going to say, our motion is going to be to approve the recommended action less all of the golf fees. And then you can look at the tables and see if there's something that we can simply add to, because Councilmember Chow's suggestion is to do the 10% increase on the residential and the 20% on non-residential. So if you have some suggestions on how we can do that, I'd appreciate it.
Through the mayor, I think, I don't know if it's going to be feasible to bring it back next Tuesday. And considering that council is dark in August, we may be able to find a time to bring it back in September, October timeframe. However, we would definitely need to talk to the Parks and Rec director and also to figure out if this is feasible and have a determination. So maybe even the September timeframe might be a little late. I hate to commit to something that we may not be able to deliver.
So the question is, we can approve this, but we can bring back the item if we want to, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. My other question is if the council would like to prioritize the traffic nexus study, we can do that as a work plan, but we do have to look at the work plan and something comes, something has to go.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chow, you don't have minutes. Let's have Councilmember Vice Mayor
I
Mohan
am ready
first.
to make a motion.
Oh.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, Vice Mayor Mohan, please.
Yeah, this is for staff. The staff report says there's additional revenues of 550,000 that we will get as a result of these fee increases. So has that already been budgeted, or is this like an unexpected windfall?
This would be the latter. That
Okay,
it's not
that's good
included in the
news.
budget. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Mohan, to make that
I
clear.
just wanted to add their estimates. So they're not guaranteed. It depends who comes to pull, what fees they come to pay for which items that would drive that. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Alfaro. Yes, that's good. Councilmember Chow, you ready to make a motion? Should I close the public hearing?
Yes, you may. If nobody else has.
I'm going to
testimony.
close the public hearing and go for a motion, please.
Okay, I move for the staff recommendation to adopt resolution number 23-094 and as stated. And in addition, we will bring the golf course fee increase back with a potentially 10% increase for residential and 20% for the non-residential. Of course, staff can recommend whatever is reasonable. And also I would like that we prioritize the next study for the traffic impact fee, given that the construction cost has increased quite a lot since 2017. Thank you.
So I like to make a friendly amendment to just approve as recommended, but the fee increase on golf course and the traffic study be the future agenda items.
Yeah, that's future agenda item.
Right, but
That's
not
just,
incorporated into the motion. We
we
will put on future agenda items. You can propose it, I approve it, and I think that's a cleaner for hearing. I'm going to ask.
And usually we just include all these.
This is a public hearing, so I'm going to ask city attorney's opinion on this.
Yeah, I think that would be more consistent with what's agendized, but certainly, what I'm hearing is that Councilmember Chow is making a request for those be future agenda items, and the mayor is supporting those as being added to the future agenda items list. So if that's acceptable to you, then I would recommend going with Mayor Way's friendly amendment.
So I think I would like to still include that as part of the motion, but clarify that those two items are future agenda. Future agenda items. This has been, I think, the practice of Cupertino Council that we do include the directions for two staff.
Right, but
Right.
I'm recommending that you not do that because it's not consistent with what's agendized under the Brown Act.
Okay.
So the motion is to approve as proposed. And I second that motion. We accept my friendly amendment, right?
So I will need to bring the future agenda item up again when the item comes up.
At the end of the meeting, we will do that.
I think we.
believe that's
Yeah,
how
I think
we
we.
do
I
it.
think we can acknowledge the future agenda items without going
So I
through the
don't need
process.
to bring that up.
Yeah, I
right?
think that the city manager heard both of you request those as future agenda items.
So the meeting record would reflect that.
I've
The
noted.
council
I-
direction include a future agenda item.
Through the mayor, if I may, I've noted the future agenda item to bring both the golf course fee and also the impact fees for as a future agenda item.
Okay,
I've noted.
great. Thank you. So the motion is only the staff recommendation, just to
And I second
clarify.
that. Any discussions? More?
Sure. Just really quick there, I just want to point out that there are 3 pages on the Blackberry Farm Golf Course fees, PDF 376 through 3, it looks like 379 actually. No, 378. So there are a number of fees in here that would need to get looked at. So I hope that those are all going to come back to us. And I want to thank Don Halsey for bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Moore. And I'd like to add that Don actually is an avid golfer. So appreciate your, giving us recommendations. So we have a motion and a second. If there's no discussions, let's vote by light.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Now we are moving into action item, which is number 9. Does the council need a break? Or we can do 9 and have a little break because I think we're expecting 10 to go a little longer.
Do you mean item
Is that-
12, Mayor? Item
Yes.
12?
Do
No,
we?
I thought you mentioned
Item 12,
nine.
Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item 12, yes. We're going to, let's finish item 12 first. Okay, so item 12 is consider scheduling a council agenda item to update the fiscal year 23-25 city work program to include an item relating to the noise ordinance. This item, we're just looking at whether we want to proceed with the noise ordinance or not. It's not really a recommendation or work plan. So do we have a staff report?
Sure, Mayor Way. We don't have a presentation, but we do have a staff report included in the packet for today's meeting. Very quickly to provide a background, you'll remember several meetings ago, there was a resident who resides on a residential property abutting a commercial property along Dienza Boulevard. So he's come to council meeting during oral communication express interest in amending the city ordinance to further mitigate his problem. Staff has subsequently met with the resident a number of times, both myself and the community development director, staff, and also I believe this Mayor Way and also a number of council members have met with this resident. So as Mayor Way suggested, this is to bring the item before council to decide if this is an item that will qualify as a city work program for the next 2 fiscal year. We have not done any evaluation to see how much and how long this work item would occur. If council decides to put it on the city work program, we can subsequently come back with that further analysis. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mayor Ray.
Thank you, City Manager. Do we have questions for City Manager? If not, I'll open up for public comment. Do we have any public comments?
Mayor, I see no hands raised on Zoom, nor do I see any speaker requests to speak in Community Hall.
I will close the public comments and come back for council discussion. I did bring this up because I did notice that our noise ordinance haven't been really looked at for a long time. And this is what my concern is for the business that's really close to the residential area. Do we want to have a little different noise level of ordinance for this to be studied? But I don't know how long it's going to take to study and how much it's going to cost. So I'm asking my colleagues, do we really want to study this? If we do, then our staff will come back with how much it's going to cost, how long it's going to cost as a city a work program. Then we can decide whether we want to put it on a work plan or not. Today, what I'm asking is, do we really want to take a look at this?
Right. And then another point of clarification, Mayor, if I may, we would like to keep the consistency of the city work program. So as council makes a decision on adding this item to the work program, we will come back to recommending the council to drop an item from the current work program as well.
Understood. And what I would like to know is first, how much and how long it's going to take before I even consider whether that's going to be a work program to be prioritized or not. Okay. So any council discussions? Member Moore, please.
Just a question for the city manager. Did we get a balcony and screening onto the work plan? I don't think we did. And then the other question is on that same note, did we get the sign ordinance on there as well? I don't think either of them made it.
Through the mayor, I don't believe the screening or balcony regulation is made it to the city work program. I do believe that the sign ordinance is on, but it's on the lower priority list.
Any other questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize. I missed 4 hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, so let's reopen the public comments.
Okay, great. Yeah, 4 hands raised. Aram, James, Surindi, Bella Mundo, and Peggy Griffin and Lisa Warren. Welcome, Aram.
My apologies. I was waiting to speak on item number 13 to, you know,
okay,
to talk
thank you.
about that. Thank you. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. So Surindi, you'll need to unmute. Srinidhi. Hi, did you wish to speak on this item? Okay, so they muted themselves again. So we'll go to Peggy Griffin. Welcome, Peggy.
Good evening, council members and staff. There are many, many items that were proposed and discussed as part of the 2023-25 city work program. The items that were decided were and are the highest priority to both the residents and the council and the staff. And there are several of the city's ordinances that need to be addressed and reviewed, which the public has expressed frustration with multiple times during city meetings, such as balconies and decks, privacy screening, signage and lighting on signs, lighting indoor and out. I believe that adding this possible work item on a future agenda to possibly replace one of our 15 currently funded work plan items is not the best use of staff and council priorities and time. Just deciding to consider it at a future council meeting will take valuable staff time and resources away from existing projects at a time when only 15 items were funded. This also prioritizes one ordinance over several that I've already mentioned that people have multiply mentioned in many different meetings. If you consider this item, then you should also be considering the following items that many residents have expressed concerns over in the past: balconies, privacy screening, lighting, signage. I would suggest adding this noise ordinance review to the list of items to be considered next year, along with the other potential work plan items, and prioritize them all together before making this decision. Please vote no on this and add it to the list to be considered when you update the entire work plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Next, we have Lisa Warren, followed by Veena Sankar Naranyan. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you, Peggy, for bringing up all those other reasons. And I was at the meeting when Juan, the resident, gave a very detailed presentation about the issue, and he also attended the next day. This was June 6th meeting, and on June 7th, the mayor had her chat at Panera in the afternoon, and he was there and the mayor said she would talk to him offline, I believe. So it's not that I'm not sympathetic to the issue that Juan and Emily and others may have with this specific area. I am. However, I feel like, 2 years ago, I was not heard by the mayor when she was then city council. This planning commissioners in the past have heard and want to fix the balconies and the privacy screening. I set up a meeting to talk to Director Fu and Luke Connolly. Unfortunately, Director Fu did not show up at the meeting, but I did speak to Luke Connolly at length and gave him reasons. And it just it's not a good visual to have this come up at this time. And unfortunately for Juan, and I'm sorry, Juan, I don't know your last name. He did a great job. I am sympathetic to the problem, but this once again feels like this council and this staff is a little out of whack with what the residents have been asking for repeatedly, and get nowhere. And it's important, and it's more and more important as housing laws and are passed and people people submit projects that match those bills, and it will be worse for noise pollution as well. It should be on that list, but it shouldn't be treated differently than the others. And to me, it is. So I would ask that you really reconsider why this was on the agenda and any staff time was used to get it there, when the excuse is always we don't have staff time to do what we need to do, or all we need to do, which I understand, but it's a little sideways. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Mayor, that was our final speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm going to close the public comments and thank for all the speakers. So I'll bring back for council discussion.
Through the mayor, if I may, I was corrected, Councilmember Moore, so the sign ordinance did not make it onto the work program.
So actually, because I brought this up, so I am willing to say, if I don't have support from the council, we will wait until next year when we redo our work plans and propose again and see if it will make to the work plan. So this is not to say yes or no, just we need a direction, give direction to staff to proceed or not to proceed with analysis. So if there is no motion to proceed, then go ahead, Councilmember Chow.
Yeah, I think we have quite a list of quality of life issues affecting quality of life and requiring us to strengthen our code to either clarify or enhancing the existing code, like the many mentioned here. I wonder if we can add this to the to-be-D list. And then I think the city manager last time brought the to-be-D list to the council so that we have can see all the list and then we decide so that this is not forgotten. And then that's one possibility. I wonder if that's possible. Then another question is, I understand there is sometimes an ordinance you can change a lot, or maybe it's just changing very minimal. If we make a very minimal change to just the threshold, how much work would that be? To just
Today is still for council direction, whether you want the staff to do that analysis or
I
not.
would like some feedback on how much work if we are maybe lowering the threshold by 10%, say, what kind of work will be involved?
Through the mayor, if I may, the honest answer is I don't know. I really don't know how much work it will involve without giving into a solid analysis.
So may I ask the question, if we do ask you to do analysis, how long would that take the staff time? Oh, I know it's a tough question too, but it will, if we say we would like to know, proceed with the necessary analysis, and how much would staff time take to do any work plan? How long would that take?
I would ask for more direction from council in terms of what would you like to see being amended in the current noise ordinance? Is it to lower the threshold, or is it to have a buffer, or is it to have more mitigation imposed by the commercial property? There's maybe a variety of different alternatives that we can look into, and potentially looking into other neighboring cities ordinance, and then potentially the county noise ordinance as well. Keep in mind that as I mentioned, this is a common occurrence when you have a residential property abutting against a commercial property on a busy commercial corridor. So again, an honest answer to that is I don't know.
This looks like a real work plan for me now. Okay, Councilmember Moore, and followed by Vice Mayor Mohan, please.
Okay, thank you. I think it would be my preference if we could put this as a future agenda item, and then we could have some discussion regarding Also, the sign ordinance, we're seeing some new varieties of signs showing up. And the balconies, as someone mentioned from the public, that's true. Back when I was on Planning Commission, we were looking at the balconies and wanting to have that get onto the council agenda. We're still wanting to see it. So if we could do that, I think it might be a solution for this.
Vice Mayor Mohan.
The city work program was arrived at after a lot of discussion and negotiation. So I'd hate for that to be changed. So I realize the value of the amending the noise ordinance, but I'm wondering if we could just leave the city work program exactly as it is, and then we look at future options to study the noise ordinance. I had asked the staff a question earlier, and I did get a response. I said, "Is this something that the businesses could negotiate with the owner?" And I think the answer from staff was that they had tried various options and nothing was feasible.
That is correct. Okay, so I think my conclusion, at least from my point of view, is we're not going to look at this right now, but maybe next year when we look at our work programs, we can propose the balcony, the noise ordinance and other things and see and prioritize it at that time. How is that? Can I get a straw vote? Is that okay with Councilmember Moore? Then there's not going to be a motion or anything, just we're going to.
Correct.
Okay, Vice Mayor Mohan?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Chow?
I just want to have a bit assurance that the future agenda item list to be considered next year will include this noise ordinance, balcony regulations, sign ordinance, including lighted signs, and lighting and privacy screening.
I was proposing to be work plan, and we can decide on
So
priorities. at that
can
time.
we,
It's not going.
can I get a second to add this to the future agenda item? So at least we are sure it's on the list to be considered. Not that it will be scheduled, so that we don't forget them, because people keep bringing them up. And if
So I
it's
think,
not on a list, they feel frustrated.
So are we going to put a future
How
agenda
do you
item or
feel?
on a work plan?
Not a work program, future agenda item is so that we don't forget them when we reconsider work program next year.
Remember from your hand?
Yeah, I guess my only question or concern here is what would we hope to accomplish at the future meeting where we would discuss these items that are on the TBD list?
So we will prioritize at that time for next year's work program and then decide.
So I like to bring back
The staff may then provide estimations then.
I'd like to bring back just to this item that are we going to do this or not? I think the others we can do future agenda items in the end. Because this item is, are we going to proceed or not proceed with the necessary analysis regarding noise ordinance? What I'm trying to straw poll is we're not going to proceed until the next year's work plan. And if that straw vote is okay with everybody, then this item is closed. So thank you for our discussion. So thank you so much for waiting. We are going to item number 13, but the council has been met since 6 o'clock. We're going to take a 5 minutes break and we will come back. So thank you for your patience. We're going to start the meeting at 8:22. Oh, here's 8:22. Please take your seat. Councilmember Moore. Okay, we have all the council members on board. First, I'd like to welcome everyone. I know we all have passions. You're here because you have your passion. But I'd like to put some ground rules. We are a community. Nothing is going to divide our community. That's the premise. We are here. And I'm sorry, no clapping either. So the council meeting is a place where you can speak up. You can really express your opinions. The councils are listening and residents are listening too, and everybody's listening. But I would remember one of the public comments on oral communications, Luis Sadati says, let's be cordial and let's be respectful. So I know everybody has signs. Could you keep your signs like this and instead of raising it too high? Because we see your signs no matter, whether it's high or low. And also no clapping. We want to respect everybody's speech because everybody is valued. Everybody's opinion is respected. We are here as a community. Whether you live in Cupertino or not, we are part of a bigger community. And I really want to say, I'm a very proud Asian American public official, and you are all, no clapping, and you are all part of the community, and we want to be together. It doesn't matter, we have different opinions, different passions. Let's listen to each other and be part of the community. No clapping, be respectful, and no raising hands too high. We see your signs. And I do have to share, let us see the clerk, how many cards do we have?
Yes, Mayor, we have 98 blue speaker cards for Community Hall.
And could you ask the Zoomers, we call them Zoomers, we're the roomers, they're the Zoomers, to raise their hands in the next minute so I can know how many there too.
So anyone wishing to speak on Zoom right now, please use the raised hand feature in the next minute. To
So by
comment on this item.
8:25, I like to count how many. Our public comments usually is for an hour, but I'm going to extend to an hour and 90 minutes. But everyone gets 1 minute. But when the 1 hour 90 minutes up, whoever doesn't get to speak doesn't get to speak. So if you feel your speech, your passion is the same as the person behind you, above you, you can just say, I agree with that person. That will save a lot of minutes for other people to speak. So I'm hoping that we're in the spirit of we're here together, and then we are really going to work this out. We are here to listen. Everybody's here to listen. Let us not be divided. Okay, that is really our premise. Do we have Zoomers? How many are there? And I want to say all the council members has received over 300 emails, and I try to read every one of them. Some of them I skim really fast, and I understand everyone's position, everybody's passion and everybody's reasons for being here. So, but it's always good to listen to you again, face to face.
Mayor, we have about 47 on Zoom.
47, so 98 here, 47. So 1.5 hours. So I'm going to put 1 hour here in the room, and then 30 minutes for the Zoomers. And so everyone has 1 minute, please. And if you agree with the person before you, just say, I agree with that person. Or if you can just stand up behind it and not come up again, so everybody can have a chance for that 1 minute, that would be good. When 1 hour is up, we're going to cut it. And if you don't get to speak, I apologize ahead of time. So let's start with the first speaker.
Yes, so the first speaker is
Mayor, for the record, I don't think we actually introduced the item. So
I am so sorry. I thought okay. Thank you, City Attorney, for keeping me in line. We're so passionate about this. I thought everybody knows it. So we are going to enter number 13. Consider taking a position in support or in opposition or otherwise regarding in response to Senate Bill 403, amending the Civic Rights Act to clarify the existing state law prohibitions on discrimination based on ancestry, prohibit discrimination based on caste or other inherited status. So we are here to, actually, do we have a staff presentation?
We don't have a presentation. I can briefly summarize the staff report and then, give the public the opportunity to provide their comments. So, as the mayor said, the item before council is to consider taking a position on Senate Bill 403, which amends the Unruh Civil Rights Act, which is the state law that prohibits discrimination in public accommodations and housing based on ancestry. SB 403 seeks to clarify existing state law prohibitions on discrimination based on ancestry to make it clear that those discriminations include discrimination based on caste or other inherited status. Based on the Assembly Judiciary Committee bill summary, no city has taken an official position on the legislation. There are both supporters and opponents of the bill. The supporters have focused on the prevalence of caste discrimination within the state's South Asian community and the need to clarify anti-discrimination laws to protect against it. The opponents have characterized the bill as unfairly maligning, targeting, and racially profiling people of South Asian ancestry. Although there have been amendments to the bill that have mitigated those objections somewhat, but certainly not to the extent that many opponents would be satisfied with. And there's a full list of organizations supporting and opposing the bill and provided as attachment B to your staff report. And so council can, by majority vote, support or oppose the bill and provide direction to staff as to how to implement that position. Or alternatively, no action is required if council elects not to take a position. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Thank you really for the good explanation. And I'm open for council questions first. Do you have questions before public comment for our City Attorney? If not, Councilmember Chow, please.
What's the status of the bill right now?
I believe it's pending in the Assembly Judiciary Committee. Appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have very knowledgeable audiences here. Thank you. Okay, so if there are no further questions from council, I'd like to open up for public comment. Remember, be cordial, be respectful, and try to save time so everybody have a minute to speak. And we're here to listen to you. And we're so glad to provide this opportunity to get to know you two. I got to know quite a few of you guys just having coffee. So every opportunity is opportunity for us to make friends and be part of the community. So thank you for coming.
So Mayor, each speaker has up to 1 minute, and then you will cut it off at
60
minutes in
minutes.
Community Hall.
Yes.
Okay.
So perfect, 9 o'clock. Oh, 9:30.
9:30, yes. So Kartik, please
And
line up.
the city
Kartik.
clerk will call maybe 3 people, so line up quickly so we can save some time.
So
Thank you.
Kartik, followed by Ajinkya, followed by Prasanna. Welcome, Kartik.
Hello. Thank you, City Council members. I'd like to request you to support SB 403. This whole issue opened up, followed by the Cisco caste discrimination case, which is reported in 2020. The case was the person working in Cisco faced caste discrimination since 2017. And followed by that, many companies included caste in the protected category, including Apple, which is headquartered here. And the Cisco case discrimination, why it went to the court is the HR did not understand how the caste operates among the South Asians, particularly and Indians. And he mentioned caste discrimination is not unlawful. And that is what many people here bringing the board says SB 403 is unlawful. SB 403 has been introduced to make the caste discrimination is as a protected category. Followed by that, Apple added caste in the protected category in their policy, and also Cisco added. So I would like to request you to support SB 403 to save minority among this unscrupulous majority here. The majority should not kill the law protection for the minorities. Thank you.
Welcome, Ajinkya, followed by Prasanna.
Hello, council members. So I'd like to start firstly by mentioning that caste is a human rights issue and should not be just contingent on numbers. Caste is a 2000-year-old menace of graded inequality with origins in Southeast Asia. It has surprisingly survived in spite of scientific and many social revolutions and also capitalism. It has not only survived, but also flourished and internationalized itself here in USA, which is evident from the Cisco case and the BAPS temple issue and numerous other incidents. So I urge City of Cupertino to stand strongly in support of SB 403 to uproot caste-based discrimination in housing and unemployment in California. The only progressive position to take here is to strongly support, and abstaining or waiting or diluting the bill will only help the retaining of these caste-based discrimination structures around the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Prasanna G, followed by Thinmosi Sundaraj, followed by Sunita Singh. Welcome, Prasanna.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for taking time and listening to us. I am here in support of SB 403. Today's agenda item is for you to consider taking a position. As my friend suggested, please take a position, whether it is in support or in opposition. Historically speaking, people stand with the oppressed communities. There has been a lot of opposition, whether it has to be racism or the transgender rights. I would like you to consider being on the right side of the history, take a position in support of the bill, and help the caste oppressed communities by giving them the legal safeguards. Historically speaking, we have seen that during the 1964 Rumford Fair Housing Act, white Californians went to the extent of passing Prop 14 referendum to declare that civil rights legislation was null and void. So this kind of opposition always comes in. Please consider taking in support. Thank you.
Next, we have Thinmosi, followed by Sunita, followed by Ranganathan.
Good evening, everybody. I am just here to ask the city of Cupertino to consider what they are doing with their vote today. Being able to support SB 403 is to stand with hundreds of thousands of vulnerable Californians who do not have the privilege to be able to come out of the closet like those of us who have braved this audience to do so today. To vote against SB 403 is to vote against every major Asian legal organization in the state, including the South Asian Bar of Association of North America, the California Asian Pacific Bar Association of America, and the Asian Law Caucus. It is completely lawful to add caste as a protected category, but it is unlawful to allow even one act of discrimination. Think about where you are going to stand in the realm of history. Are you there with those of us who are braving violence to speak our truth? Or are you standing with the bigots who will be remembered for their heinous acts, standing against the civil rights for Californians? We ask you to stand with us now and to vote yes on SB 403.
Next, we have Sunita Singh, followed by Ranganathan Srinivasan and Banu Natarajan.
Good evening, council member, city attorney, and city manager. Thank you for providing this opportunity for us to speak. So I am a big supporter of SB 403, and I urge you to stand with us and support the bill completely as is in print. You will be making history, standing with the positive side. We are trying to make every single person in California equal. SB 403 is not against any one person, religion, or community. It will benefit every single one of you, me and us, everyone. So if any one of us ever got discriminated, they would have the legal way to go about it. So please support SB 403 and be the first city in California to stand with yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. Next, we have Raghunathan, followed by Banu Nadarajan, followed by Ravi. Welcome, Raghunathan.
Good evening. I don't want to take up too much time. I just want to start off by saying that I am against SB 403. As many others in this room, I am a person who was brought up in California, and I have no information on caste and even on my own caste. And I don't get why this caste has to be brought up right now. And as I mentioned before, I stand against SB 403. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Banu Nadarajan, followed by Ravi Adusumili, followed by Ajithi Dasari. Is Banu? Okay, so I'm going to bypass Banu. How about Ravi? No, okay, and you are you Ajiti? Hello, so what is your name?
Ajit. Actually, I want to yield my time to Sandeep, who is also in line for speaker.
Okay.
I'm Ravi, it's the same. I'm trying to yield it.
Thank you. Yield the time to.
Okay.
So thanks so much, honorable city council members and honorable vice mayor and mayor. I represent APNA-DB, the largest California's 501c3 of the marginalized people. And we are the very underprivileged minority that Senator Wahab and her supporters claim to represent, but they do not. We strongly oppose SB 403. This bill is a weapon to divide our local communities, kill the social justice, and butcher our cultural existence. This bill is not Sikh versus Dalits. It's not Hindus versus Dalit. It's not Buddhist versus Dalit. It is everybody, including Dalits, versus those are anti-Dalits and those who are being misled by the anti-Dalits. This bill becomes law. It will essentially put the peace in this county and in the city in jeopardy. We request you not only to pass the resolution against this bill, but we also write to the please write to the California Assembly and Governor to stop the hatred and divide our communities here. The anarchist plot did not work in the local level, so they have gone top from bottom to bottom, and city must stop this particular anarchy from happening at the local level. So now I'm going to give the top reasons why we must oppose this particular disaster. Number one, the bill essentially
point of order. Well, I don't think we established. Are you allowing people to consolidate time? Okay, I don't think that was established. I think that I think you should consider whether that's fair to other people that want to speak.
Okay. So do you have two people who?
So we had two people seating his time, so that would be 3 minutes total.
So I'll give.
Usually, we ask the people to stand
The
behind.
council will
him.
discuss it.
Okay.
I think we
Number
usually
one.
ask people to stand behind him, so it's clear who yield time.
Okay, so I'm not going to add more minutes, just one minute per person. How's that? Is that good for the council?
It's up to you, Mayor.
Okay.
Other people could have
So
done that.
everyone has 1 minute to speak.
We would have actually had other people do that. if
Wait,
we did that.
Mayor, please, you're going to have to keep the order here, Mayor.
Yes, so the council do get to decide how to proceed with this. So if you have 3 minutes, is our council's do the council members want to give everyone 1 minute and one person can speak for the other person? Is that how we want to proceed, or we just want to limit 1 minute per person?
Limited to 1 minute, and they should not.
Please be respectful.
Please only speak when you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I really I didn't expect this, so my council fellow members to give me your opinions.
Okay, so Mayor, so I think in the past, the mayors have
Just yes or
allowed
no.
the people to yield their time. And then as a result, we get more organized thoughts on the issue. That's very important. So I thought
Just yes or
that
no.
we should accept that.
Okay.
But then maybe ask the people who yield their time, stand behind the speaker, so it's clear.
Councilmember Fung, what is your?
Yeah, it's more a question for the attorney on procedure here. We do have the council procedures manual, and I think it speaks to this question.
So the council procedures manual does allow the mayor to modify the time limits when we have a large number of speakers. So we're operating in that situation, and does not speak specifically to that question when we are operating in that situation. So it would be a procedural ruling that the mayor could make, subject to being overridden by 3 votes at the council if council so chooses.
I like to allow everybody just 1 minute, but you can give your 1 minute to the other person. That's my preference, but I need 3 votes to agree with that. Do we need to vote on that? That's my proposal.
Through the mayor, it sounds like it is reversed, that you have the discretion to make that choice, and we could override you if we so choose.
Okay, so that's my choice. Anybody wants any objections? If not, please proceed. You have 2 more minutes because you have 2%.
So few reasons why we must oppose this bill and stop this disaster. Number one, this bill forces state in self-contradiction. Essentially, state itself has connected Hinduism to the caste, and it will put it in legal jeopardy. The supporters of the bill, like Tanmozi and her group, also have connected the caste to Hinduism, and it will be a disaster for the state. They are pushing the state to disaster. Number two, caste is the only word that is not universal in also the ancestry clause. So this is going to put also very unfairly on our communities, and this is going to divide our communities. Number three, the bill appropriates the identities of marginalized peoples like me. Essentially, it says the bill proposes the caste to be a pursued position. Now, caste and jati is very specific, and you cannot just modify the definition on the go. Senator Wahab has already modified this definition thrice, and you don't keep on modifying a definition of something which has been very controversial. Number one, authors and the sponsors of the bill also agree existing law protects it. So they are essentially somehow want to push it with, no matter what. And just interesting fact, all the Cisco case and all the Equality Lab survey and so on, they have been debunked, they have been silenced, but still, essentially, they keep on bringing this outdated concept and essentially keep on making circular references. Apple has been essentially put into a misleading belief, and that will be corrected. The bill is based on the fraudulent surveys and made up stories in place of data. And this basically divides also our community, including our Ravidasi brothers and sisters who have been misled. In summary, they are behind unity amongst of all, and it's very, 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 very dangerous. They are trying to frantically divide us. Number two, we may be here tomorrow or not, but our kids will be here. So at least in their interest, please stand up for the local community here, and please pass a resolution to oppose this bill. And please also write to the state policymakers. Thank you so much.
Sir, could you remind me your name, please? Was it?
My name is Sandeep, and I'm one of the many, many volunteers of marginalized communities of an organization called as APNA-DB. It's a local California 501c3. Thank you.
Next, we have, so Ravi and a GT ceded their time to Sandeep. Next, we have Banu, followed by Murali. Is Banu Natarajan here or Murali Malipedi? Okay, how about Shailendra Karadi, Mehul Chub, Nirmalendu Das? Hi, are you Shailendra?
I'm Shailendra. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City Council members and staff, for giving us the opportunity to voice our opinion on this controversial SB 403. So I was just going through all the agenda items, and I see that they're all very progressive in nature. But when I looked at number 13, I saw that it is related to SB 403. So it clearly says that since number 13 is considered an unlucky number and is considered to be a misfortune, so how come this SB 403 has become number 13? So this clearly shows that if this bill is passed, it's going to bring misfortune to millions of Californians and definitely to 500,000 Indian Americans. So I strongly urge you to vote no on this frivolous and divisive bill. And also, I initially heard that you read the pledge and you said justice for all. This definitely is not justice for all. This is purely injustice for Indian Americans and particularly Hindus. So I strongly urge you to vote no on SB 403. Thank you.
Thank you, Shailendra. Next, we have Mehul Chub, followed by Nirmalendu.
No clapping, please. Thank you.
Das, followed by Viraj Rao. Welcome, Mehul.
Hey. Hey, dear council member, I strongly oppose SB 403. This can and will be used to divide my Asian Indian community. Existing US laws already provide protection against various forms of discrimination. By supporting this bill, you would knowingly or unknowingly be part to further an agenda of ill will and divisive politics. I request you to not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nirmalendu Das, followed by Viraj Rat.
No.
And Brushali Rat.
No, Murali. And
what is your name?
Murali, M-U-R-A-L-I, Murali.
Okay. Well, what is your name, sir?
Nirmalendu Das.
I'm sorry.
Is it my turn? Can I speak?
Yes, what was your name again?
Nirmalendu Das.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good evening, dear council members and mayor. So I'm here to, request you to oppose, California Senate Bill 403. And this actually promotes and plants harmful narrative within people's mind and divides the South Asian community, specifically the Indian Americans. This is bringing anti-discrimination law which is practically non-existent, issue in California, and this reinforces the false stereotypes. The bill is creating a discriminatory policy that singles out South Asians primarily, for something that does not exist. I can say from my personal experience that I'm living here, working here for multi-decades. I never encountered this thing ever in my life. And I don't want my kids and my next generation to basically learn something that does not exist really in practically and basically poison their mind in school, in their friend, and in this community.
That is your time. Next, we have Viraj.
This is Murali.
You're Murali.
I'm Murali.
I apologize.
No problem.
He was.
I'm
You're
willing
Murali.
my time to Rishi Kumar.
Ceding your time to
Rishi Kumar.
Rishi Kumar, Mayor. Mayor.
So
to that? Okay,
my
so
name is
you-
Rishi Kumar. Also, Ram Sripati is yielding his time. Is that okay? Ram? Where is Ram? Okay. Thank you.
Just one person, Murali, is ceding to Rishi. Oh, what is your name? What is it?
RAM.
Okay, yes, I found you. So 3 minutes, okay. Okay, please proceed, thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name's Rishi Kumar, and I'm delighted to be here in the city of Cupertino. I see some familiar friends on the dais, and you guys are doing a great job, and I presume you'll do a great job again tonight. And, as the Cupertino City Council to reject Senate Bill 403 and take a stance against it. It is frivolous, it's much ado about nothing, and it will just amplify the Asian hate crime that we have been seeing for so many years now. And this is not what we want. But let me explain why. I'm a California Democrat, a former executive board member of the California Democratic Party, has served multiple terms in the Democratic Party, and twice elected to the Saratoga City Council, and running for US Congress from Silicon Valley's District 16. And I'm firmly against California's caste bill, Senate Bill 403. I strongly condemn Hindu phobia that this bill will surely amplify. Senate Bill 403 seems to be the misguided and utterly unnecessary bill. Why are we proposing a law for specific micro communities based on their national ethnic or ancestral origin when existing laws in California and the United States already prohibits caste discrimination? It's such a poorly planned and misguided policy. And this is what is contributing to California's current crisis and accelerating our decline. The bill from Sacramento is just flawed on many counts, and Sacramento should be committed to a getting things done approach that addresses the underlying failures of our golden state, not this bill. Our surplus of 10 billion is now a deficit of 22 billion. It's time to get to work, not this bill. What issues are we trying to rectify? There is no historic or legal precedent for caste discrimination in the United States. I haven't seen that ever. The emphasis on caste seems absolutely pointless. It's as if we are hunting for a problem when none exist. This will potentially amplify hate crimes against South Asians. Sacramento must stop this action for the sake of action. Let's talk about support for Sacramento's Proposition 47, which led to a surge in crime across California. When will we absorb the lessons from our mistakes? Consider also the recent Assembly Bill 205 that proposes linking California's utility rates to our income, an atrocious move
that is unparalleled worldwide. This is not right. For the rest of my statement, please visit rishikumar.com/SB403. Thank you in advance, Cupertino City Council. I know you will be on the right side of history on this.
Sir, that is your time. You're muted.
Thank you.
Next, we have Viraj, followed by Vrishali, followed by Aruna. Welcome, Viraj.
Hi there. I have been a Cupertino resident for 20 years, and as a voter, my request is no on SB 403. You need to honor your voters' request, and that's an obligation you all would have. And this bill divides people. It is full of hatred for a certain community, which I belong, which is Hinduism. You should not allow this. You should not allow it in the city. You should not allow it in the state. And that is my request to you. I would really appeal to you to take this bill and oppose it. Send that message to the state lawmakers. It will impact our community, our kids' future, as well as the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Viraj. Next, we have Vrishali, followed by Aruna, followed by Mahesh. Welcome,
Hello.
Vrishali.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a citizen of United States as well as the residents of Cupertino for 20+ years. My kids grew up here. We never talk about caste in the house. We are very proud Hindu Americans. We have followed our culture as a Hindus as well as the Americans. Now, if this caste bill comes in, it's going to be given a chance to the people who want to cause a trouble, right? Who wants to create a violations against another human beings. It's just you're giving a baton to them. So please stop on SB 403. Please oppose this bill and please write a letter to all of our lawmakers to reject the bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vrishali. Next, we have Aruna. Is Aruna not here? Okay, Mahesh.
Yeah, can I get the 20 seconds that she missed out on? Thank you. Mahesh.
Oh, Mahesh Natarajan.
Oh, no, oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Cupertino City Council, Mayor, and members. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mahesh Natarajan, and I'm from Saratoga. I have lived here in the Bay Area for the last 26 years, and both my daughters are proud alumnus of the amazing Cupertino schools. Personally, we have never witnessed any existence of caste sentiments, let alone discrimination among the vibrant community members. I'm also a proud employee at Cisco Systems. Now that company name was talked about a couple of times here. I've been an employee there for the last 9 years. So this whole bill was concocted on the shaky foundation of alleged caste discrimination in our great company, where discrimination in any form is not tolerated. The case was flawed from the get-go and has been thrown out by the courts earlier this year. What this bill is doing is causing unnecessary division among the Indian community. Oppose 403.
Next, we have Sashi Bigur, followed by Shri S, followed by Debabrata Biswas. Welcome, Sashi.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me this opportunity.
Might want to move just
Wrong
over.
mic.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'll try to make it really short. I'm not known to speak quickly or to speak short, but I'll try. The point here of why I'm here is to oppose this bill. This bill is supposed to be something that is supposed to work for the masses, but what it is doing is it's separating out the Hindu Americans and specifically targeting us. I can give you the examples were given of why caste should be there is that it's based on last name. You can decide whose caste it is. My last name is the name of the town I come from. My maiden last name was the name of the town my father's family came from. So what is my caste? The other thing that they said was based on food habits. You can decide the person's caste. I have a daughter who, depending on the stars, how the stars are aligned, will be a vegan or will eat everything. What is her caste? Is she going to change every day? So please, this is a ridiculous bill that needs to be opposed. Thank you.
Sashi. Next, we have Sri S, followed by Deborah Brata, followed by Govind Tadakari. Welcome, Sri.
Hi, I am a recent high school graduate, and the first time I came upon the term caste was in my 6th grade middle school social studies textbook under the chapter Indians. It was the largest section in the textbook and was the first time I came across the word, showing already how much of a foreign concept it is. Many of us here, if you can't already tell from the room, are Indian, and we are looking to heal. And I don't understand how the introduction of a caste system would help in healing. I have no knowledge of my own caste, and I don't see the point in introducing it as a bill. Additionally, I find it unlawful and discriminatory against Indians, especially Hindus. Having recently just gone through the public education system and now attending university, I know that the introduction of this bill would only make the process much more difficult and would not provide any solution to healing in any way. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri. Next, we have Deborah Brata Biswas, Govind Tadakari, and Mohan Gumalam.
Hi, Honorable. My name is Deb Biswas of Cupertino, Honorable City Council members, Mayor and staff. I oppose all forms of discrimination. We know the proverb, the road to hell is paved with good intention. SB 403, I believe, is one such intentions. This bill makes us believe that Hindus only discriminate. SB 403 targets Hindu Americans the same way the German Jews were targeted between 1933 and 45, ending in Holocaust. Please ask your common sense and conscience and vote no to SB 403, please.
Thank you. Next, we have Govind Tadakari, followed by Mohan Gumalam, followed by Satya Prakash. Welcome, Govind.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk. It's a privilege to come and speak to you on this, about this bill. I think this bill is flawed from the start. It doesn't understand. First of all, in Cupertino, 1/3 of us are from Indian American background, and we know exactly what this bill is trying to do. Caste is a typically colonial word. You can go and reference, I can give you, I have already sent you some references about it. And I think that's where the issue is. So I just want, my ask is that please oppose this bill. I have put all my details in the email. Please go through the email and you will understand that this is a very pernicious, very divisive bill. It has, there are no numbers to support what exactly it tries to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Govind. Next, we have Mohan, followed by Satya Prakash, followed by Nitin Kumar.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to be accompanied by the two fabulous ladies who are going to yield their time to me. Is that all right with the council? Thank you very much.
Just for the notes, you don't have to provide your name, but it would be helpful for the minutes.
Yeah. Kritika. Sonali.
Thank you.
Namaste. Honorable City Council members, Honorable Vice Mayor and Mayor. My name is Mohan Gumalam. I'm a spokesperson for Chinmaya Mission San Jose. I am completely against all forms of discrimination. This bill, SB 403, however, is discriminatory. Converse to what it actually purports to do. It's based on faulty conducted survey by a for-profit organization, Equality Labs, that will make great monetary gains with the passage of this bill, but chose to hide behind the mask of equality. The bill also references a case that was tossed out by the court as a frivolous lawsuit. There have been no cases of discrimination in California based on caste ever. There was a mention of caste discrimination that was happened in a temple. That also was thrown out recently on Sunday. This bill constructed today is completely discriminatory and not facially neutral at all, unlike every other discriminatory bills that are there that's there in the Constitution. There have been further studies done by Carnegie Institute and Pew Research that debunk the caste discrimination claims that has been made by Equality Labs. I request the council to pass the resolution against SB 403. Say no to the usage of the word caste. Stop reverse discrimination. Let's get more scientific. When we are trying to decide on passing laws, let's do scientific surveys, not biased surveys. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Satya Prakash, followed by Nitin Kumar, followed by Pranav Kaushik.
Okay, Pranav Kaushik will be speaking for me and
Are you Satya?
yeah, I'm Satya.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, dear members of the City Council. I am here to oppose the bill BS 403. Oh, it's okay.
It's okay.
If it becomes a law, it could result in unfair treatment and stereotypes based on factors like last names, dietary choices, and religious symbols, which we shouldn't have to face. This could lead to assumptions of guilt and discrimination against Indian American, denying us the equal protection and fair treatment we deserve under California law. It's important to remember that existing laws already protect us against discrimination based on our background and heritage. I strongly oppose SB 403. Thank you.
Next, so Nitin Kumar, are you here? I do not see you. Okay. Uju Toby, Pragna Shri, Venkat Srinivasan. Hi, are you Uju?
I'm Uju.
Oh, okay. Yes. Welcome.
I'm Uju Thobi. I'll give my 1 minute to Moni.
To Muni?
Yeah.
To Moni.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm going to need some more volunteers, so I'll call their names out. So Venkat Ranganathan and Sai. So yeah, Satyan. So I need about 4 minutes. So there are 4 of them that volunteered. So I have, including my time, it's 5 minutes.
Okay. What were their names?
Pardon?
Sai, SAI.
Venkat Ranganathan.
Okay.
Satyan, SADYN.
Thank you. And yes, and you're Uju. Okay. Thank you.
So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the City Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm Muni Madipatla. I'm a longtime resident of Cupertino. I'm representing my family here, and I came prepared to speak with my own speech, but a friend of mine that was born and raised here sent me what she wanted to speak, but she couldn't be here. So I'm going to read out her speech because this is so compelling, and that's what I'm afraid of. Okay, I'll read her speech. I was born in the United States, and I feel compelled to speak today because this is really personal to me as an American. My family is from Singapore. We have been part of the Indian diaspora for generations, and caste is irrelevant to us. But because I look Indian, I'm subjected to assumptions about caste. I'm a physician. About 10 years ago, I walked into the clinic and my nurse looked at me strangely. She says, "Hey doc, my son is in school and he is learning about the caste system." And I can see her frowning. We have worked together for years. We have examined patients together and socialized together. But now her son has learned this awful stereotype about Indians. The fact that I'm a second generation American is irrelevant. I look Indian, my name is Indian, and I'm expected to have an answer for this. Similarly, other friend's family is from Fiji. She descended from Indian indentured servants, slaves, that British brought in the 1800s from India to Fiji. She remarks to me, "My white coworker is asking me about caste. My friend has never been to India and doesn't know anything about caste." So I asked her, "What did you say?" She replies, "Whatever we learned in the 7th grade in social studies. That's all I know about it." My friend was asked that question because in the dominant perspective, caste is associated with anyone who looks South Asian. My friend and I are in our 40s, and that was an awful feeling for us. Think about how this feels for a brown kid. When I was a student, California passed Proposition 187. Anyone who was suspected of being illegal immigrant could be questioned by a citizen and reported. There was a huge outcry from the Hispanic and Asian communities. They said, "No, this will lead to profiling. You aren't going to question the European looking person. You're going to question the brown person." That proposition was ultimately deemed to be illegal. When I was at UC Berkeley in the 1990s, the student newspaper would report on crime offenders with a vague description of the perpetrator as 6 foot tall African-American male. The people complained to the newspaper that they were not helping to apprehend the suspects with those vague descriptions. Instead, they were causing harassment and fear and division. And that's how I feel about SB 403. As an American, I've never felt so bothered by a legislation. We know discrimination is covered by existing laws. Why do my third generation American kids need to have the state stereotype them? I've been a doctor for over 20 years. The amazing thing about healthcare teams is our camaraderie. Every medical team I've served with has had at least 2 South Asians. Discrimination has never come up. I can't find a good reason for labeling a minority immigrant community in this way. I'm convinced that those people who think this is right have not thought it through, the same way Prop 187 was not thought through from the perspective of a brown kid. So Senate Bill SB 403 is built on false narratives and questionable data from Equality Labs. That survey gave a zip code for people that are taking the survey to use as a zip code that they are from, right? So it's a flawed data. The survey data submitted by the proponents of the bill was dismissed by the judge in Cisco case, and the Cisco case itself against the plaintiffs was dismissed as well. This is a dangerous and discriminatory bill targeting law-abiding American citizens of Indian origin. The word caste is equivalent to N word in the African-American community. Please don't impose that on us. I would like our city vote on a resolution opposing SB 403. As per the city attorney's statement in the staff report, a simple majority vote is good enough to oppose the bill on our residents' behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Winnie. Next, we have Pragna Shri, followed by Archana Shinde, followed by Ale and Reddy. Welcome, Pragna.
Hello, my name is Pragna Shri and I'm here to talk. As a concerned middle school student, I urge the City Council to consider harmful consequences of SB 403 and address the issues of Hindu phobia, as it will lead to unfair treatment and discrimination against Indian American students, denying us equal protection under California law. Children at school will have a hard time with other children when they are stereotyped based on their last names and religious symbols. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Archana.
Hi, I am Archana, and I'm here to strongly oppose the bill SB 403. I strongly stand against all kinds of discriminations, and I think that the current state law is already strong enough to prohibit all kinds of discriminations. Passing this bill will not be good in terms of fighting against discrimination. Rather, it will only create confusion, and it will open the doors wide open to the ill forces behind this bill to execute their bigger agenda of dividing the community and spreading hatred. They want to start from the city level, then go to the state level, and then nationally. So it is definitely very harmful to our city, where people from various backgrounds and cultures are living in harmony from last so many decades. So as a Hindu, I strongly believe that the goal of this bill is to lead unfair treatment and discrimination against Indian Americans. So dear council members, I strongly urge you to not just oppose this bill at your level, but to use your authority and write to the state, to the policymakers, to reject this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You had called me before with Muni, Venkat Srinivasan.
Oh, okay. You didn't cede your time to him.
He was 4 people standing, so I just gave some space.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Followed by ALN, followed by Jaresh Toby, followed by Pushpita Prasad.
And if he needs time, I can yield my time for him. Thank you. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, yes, sir. Okay. 2 minutes, okay?
Yeah.
Here, yes.
Can I?
Yes.
Okay. So thanks for the time. I oppose completely the SB 403. I belong to a 3% minority in India. It's a frivolous bill, and this is a tool that was perpetrated in the British India by British to divide and conquer. And of course, there were stooges that carried on after it, and India is yet to reel out of it even till today. And 24 years in India, in a city, cosmopolitan city in Chennai, I have never heard this word caste. It's almost like nobody in any of the cosmopolitan cities in India never ever. I have friends, I'm a son of a teacher. Every year, hundreds of students pass out from tutoring from my mother. Never ever we spoke or even thought about caste in India. And 26 years in US, 4 states I have stayed. Not a single moment this has crossed my mind until Equality Labs brought it. And this is an infliction of pain on all of us. I have 2 kids in the Cupertino educational system. They have no idea about caste. And their kids are not going to have any idea about caste. And we are just doing things, if history is an indicator, we are just doing things for a lucrative later benefits. This is just the tip of the iceberg. If you don't control it now, this is going to have a very bad domino effect. And I chose US because it's a merit-based society. And the first casualty in a caste is a merit. And you have enough proof points, you can go. Once they start applying, it's a toxic tiger tail. Even if you leave the hands off the tail, it's going to kill you. It's going to be fatal. So I urge this council members.
Thank you. That is your time.
Please oppose this bill. Thank
Next, we have Jaresh, followed by Pushpita, followed by Satish Chandra. Welcome, Jaresh.
Respected community leaders, I strongly oppose this bill, this xenophobic bill, and the usage of the word caste in this. We elected you as our community leaders, and we request you to respect and then listen to our pain and our kids. They're going to go through and suffer. You cannot stay neutral as this bill is going to hunt us demonically, and then the Cupertino community that has voted and elected you as their leaders. Cisco case quoted over here is dismissed by the Superior Court as it's based on the false accusation and the fabricated data by Equality Labs. The BAPS case quoted here is maligned. The artisans were forced to testify falsely in the court. So I request and urge you to oppose this bill and pass the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaresh. Next, we have Pushpita Prasad, followed by Satish Chandra, followed by Dr. Ramesh Chopra. Welcome, Pushpita.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. There's a lot of wonderful points. I just want to make one new one, the position of privilege. We heard it a lot today, but where does the privilege lie? With the folks who can command op-eds and announce their resignation in Washington Post, New York Times, NPR, or the folks who have struggled for the last several years to get their voices heard and have run a true grassroots campaign, begging, emailing, and showing up in meetings. 400 of us showed up in Sacramento. Senators acknowledged it was the largest turnout they had seen, yet not a single mainstream media carried it. So please consider, where is the privilege? Is it with folks like us who come from India as immigrants and are struggling to understand a complex system, and we are up against privileged articulate activists? Or where exactly does this privilege lie? And the accusation that only those who want to be casteist are against this law, I would remind everybody of the Patriot Act, which was defended in exactly the same terms, that only those who wanted to be, wreak terror would be against the act. In retrospect, we know that was bad. Please wait, no.
Next, we have Satish, followed by Dr. Ramesh Chopra, followed by Sandeep Dadaj.
Respected council members, my name is Satish. I'm a Santa Clara resident. So I'm against all the discriminations, and especially SB 403 is the way it's classified is totally it's uncalled. So the reason why is Senator Wahab has mentioned that enforcement of the caste bill would be done by CRD, the Civil Rights Department. So Hindu and Indian Americans, especially in the city of Cupertino has zero faith in CRD. In the past 3 years, the CRD has openly colluded with anti-Hindu and anti-Semitic organization, calling out Indian Americans as committing physical assault on rapes and thousands of Dalit Americans without any evidence or data.
the co-workers of the Cisco system, including residents of Cupertino, were assigned caste by the CRD in the violation of First Amendment rights and accused of importing the
Thank you,
caste
Satish.
system
That is your
without
time.
any due process.
You're muted. Sir. Next, we have Ramesh.
I would like to give my time.
Okay. Vidya and
I would also like to donate my time. Lakshmi.
Lakshmi and Vidya. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dr.
I
Chopra.
have 3
Yes.
minutes. right?
Yes, yes, right, yes.
Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members, staff, my fellow citizens. My name is Ramesh Japra. I serve as a chairman of the Federation of Indo-Americans of Northern California. We have about 40 organizations as under the umbrella. And we totally oppose SB 403. And I would request you and strongly urge you to pass this resolution this evening to condemn SB 403. Because this is unnecessary, it's unjust, and it's been thrusted upon us as Hindu Americans, South Asian Americans, as Indian Americans, as Asian Americans, and it's totally profiling us, isolating us, as well as targeting us and labeling us as you heard earlier, as bigots, racists, fascists, and all kind of names. And we, as a, we never call ourselves targets out there, but unfortunately, that's what they're making us do that. And you heard our children here who are going to be affected the most. It's not only just us. This bill, this word caste should not be even there anymore because this was thrusted upon us, as you heard from the British colonists in India, just to divide and rule. And the same is being brought over here in America, which was never ruled by, fortunately, by those colonists. And we do not want this rule over here, this word over here, the caste, because this is going to hurt us. It's going to hurt our children, our grandchildren, and everybody else out there in the schools, in the universities, and where they work. You heard from a doctor earlier, and I happen to be a cardiologist too. I can definitely tell you that it's going to affect our children, their mental health, as well as their physical health. They're going to be looking for changing their last names. They're going to be looking at doing something different. This is absolutely unacceptable. And I would definitely urge you to do that. This thing happened in the Senate. We have talked to many senators, assemblymen out there, and they're understanding. They say, well, you're coming a little bit too late, but let's start from the grassroots right here. I think in the city level, you representing the citizens over here, the residents over here, you heard from a lot of residents who definitely oppose it, and especially in the schools over here where they're teaching this caste system, which is absolutely unacceptable, that we should not have this kind of these kind of words and these kind of teachings being done over here. And Cisco absolutely was thrown out. Recently, last week, BAPS, and I happen to be a part of one of the temples also. They're trying to say, okay, some of the Brahmins mistreated some of those laborers over there, which was totally wrong. Please help us out and condemn it. Thank you.
Next, we have Kendall Singh, followed by Sandeep Dedaj, followed by Jennifer Griffin. Kendall Singh and Sandeep Dedaj and Jennifer Griffin. Okay. Welcome.
I cannot take 1 minute from him. If possible.
Okay. Did you have a card submitted? What was your name?
Surinder Kumar.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Surinder Kumar.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable council members, mayor, and attorney, and the staff. I'm really thankful to give us a time over here to express our support. I express my support for SB 403. Why I'm supporting this bill? Because my daughter and my son, born and raised here, they've been discriminated based on the caste. On the top of it, in the Senate, they passed this bill with the voting 34-1. And then it went to the Judicial Committee of the Assembly
They passed 11-0. Now it's going to be appropriate committee, and after that, there will be voting on the assembly members in the second floor. This bill, I urge you guys, please, all the American Civil Liberation Societies, California Labor Federation, and other civil rights organization, please, I urge you to listen to them, engage with them first before you pass this bill. This bill is the remedy, is a panacea for the ills of 1,000 Californians who suffer from caste basis, who suffer from the caste discrimination. If that woman, Asha Bahab, is Muslim, they are just based on that. They're discriminating. Any senator has the right to introduce the bill if the bill is right. To my understanding, the bill is right because it has been passed to senator, it has been passed to the judicial committee of the assembly and is going through. And all the organization, unions, labor federation, all support this bill.
Sir.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Sandeep Dadaj. Sandeep here? No? Okay, Jennifer Griffin, followed by Mahul Chub, followed by Aditya Dej, followed by Gargi Dej.
Kirsten, I believe Ms. Griffin indicated that she does not
No?
wish to
Okay,
speak.
thank you. So, hi there. What is your name?
Aditya.
Okay, thank you, Aditya.
No to SB 403. And I want peace for all.
Thank you. Hi, what is your name?
Gargi.
Gargi, okay. Hi.
I say no to SB 403. Please make this bill not pass.
Great, thank you. So is Mahul here? Mahul Chub? Okay, Archana Shinde? You already spoke? You see, okay. And okay. Pankuri Merotra? Pankuri? Welcome.
Hi, my name is Pankuri Marotha, and as a high school student, it's concerning to watch the harmful consequences of SB 403 and the issues of Hindu phobia. This will lead to unfair treatment and discrimination against Indian American teenagers, denying us equal protection under California law. I urge the City Council to reject SB 403. I feel anyone who is here in this country on merit will not meet this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I believe Vijay Sethuraman already ceded time, or yes, okay, welcome. Followed by Yagni, followed by Sanjivani.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
I think you guys need to follow the proper people. She already give the time.
Oh, I gave the time. Oh, you ceded time. Okay, yes, okay.
Please.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
Don't cheat.
Okay, Yagni, followed by Sanjivani, followed by Miland.
Gandhi?
Yagni?
Yeah.
Yes. You have 1 minute. Thank you.
1 minute?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone, council members. So I am Gandhi, living in Cupertino for last 23 years. For last 23 years, I am living in Cupertino. My kids graduated from Cupertino High School. I work in Cisco Systems for last 23 years. I am completing 23 years next month. And I worked in different BUs of the Cisco. So someone brought up that the bill is passed in judiciary and Senate is all based on the false data and surveys with no knowledge of this data to senators. Why there is a need to keep modifying the bill? It almost modified 4 or 5 times. That means this bill is has no clarity and position. So because of that, I request all of you to use your knowledge and common sense and say no to this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Sanjivani Dedje.
I was Yagni.
Yagni and Sanjeevani.
Okay, so he was not, okay, so, okay, so you're Yagni?
Yes.
Okay, and yes, please go ahead.
As a concerned high schooler, I asked the council to put their thinking caps on and realize the havoc and Hindu phobia SB 403 will inevitably lead to. It will unleash unfair treatment and discrimination in the name of equal protection, which is already guaranteed under the law. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, what was your name?
Yagni.
You're behind you, actually.
Sanjeevani.
Sanjeevani, okay, yes, go ahead.
I'm a sophomore and I want the city council to think about the harmful consequences of SB 403. This bill will not only lead to discrimination and Hinduphobia, but it will also create unnecessary and negative tension in society. I request you to please oppose and pass the resolution to oppose SB 403 and write to the state policymakers to reject SB 403. Thank you.
Thank you, and
I see the remaining time to Melinji.
that is at the mayor's discretion, and she is not allowing that.
If we get 1 minute, or
Okay.
if you don't use the time, you don't use it, sorry.
That's fine. Hello, my name is Milind.
So, okay, yes, sorry.
Yeah. My name is Milind. I am a Cupertino School District taxpayer. I am from the marginalized community and I am a proud Hindu. So whoever is claiming here to represent us, but ignoring Hindus, are talking about us without us. So what I would like to say is looks can be deceiving, just like having a disco ball on a Monday morning. When, if you look at the proposed resolution SB 403, and if you peel off the shiny exterior, what you will find inside is a costume party of hidden racial discrimination and Hinduphobia for Asian Indians. I urge the City Council to vote no on SB 403 and dance our way to fairness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Prasanna, followed by Baljinder Singh, followed by Maran Murthy.
Myself, Baljinder, I give my time to Thamuji.
So there are people that want to cede their time to me because we found out about the rule to cede. We found out about the rule to cede after.
That's for the sake of time.
Okay.
So this is unfair because you're basically allowing the opposition to do that.
I haven't said anything yet. I am going to allow that. So please do speak up and I am going to allow that. So whose turn is that now?
So,
Prasanna, followed by Baljinder.
so excuse me, people who interrupt speakers are going to be asked to leave.
So I am going to allow that. If you want to speak and somebody want to cede time to you, I would allow that.
The whole premise of this meeting was supposed to
Do we
be.
know who's sitting behind you? Can you stand
Yes.
behind her?
And so who are I'm sorry, what was your name?
Baljinder Singh.
Thank you.
Okay, and I don't know your name.
My name is Tanmuri Soundararajan. So the whole premise of this meeting was supposed to start off with respect, but you set up a dynamic where oppressed people that are braving bigotry and violence are being forced to speak about the truth of caste discrimination and face hours of denial of caste. There have been many people who have targeted Equality Labs, the Dalit Civil Rights Organization, my organization. I just want to share with you the data that is being denied. 1 in 4 people who are caste oppressed are facing physical and verbal assault. 1 in 3
educational discrimination, and 2 out of 3 workplace discrimination. As I speak, people are hissing behind me. They are making fun of Dalits that are speaking out about this issue. Think about what you would do if you had a queer person in front of you and you had homophobes laughing and saying that homophobia did not exist. Think about what you would do when you had young Black girls going to school for the first time and facing white families who would not allow them to go into school. This is the fault line of civil rights you are at as the city of Cupertino. Caste oppressed people
That is
want a
your
remedy
time.
for discrimination.
Thank you. You've been muted. You've been muted. Thank you. Mayor,
So Kirsten might have been saying the same thing. I think we've reached an hour. I would recommend adding maybe 5 minutes because of some of the procedural things.
I was
we
just
dealt
going
with.
to say that.
So maybe to go another 5
How many
minutes.
cards do we have left?
a lot, much more. than
Okay,
5
so we have
minutes.
5 more minutes and we're gonna run as long as the minutes, so until 9:37. All right, so let's continue.
Okay, so is Prasanna available? Prasanna, Marthi, Radha, Marthi?
Hello, everybody. This is Prasanna, and a very proud ex-Cupertino citizen for many, many years. My kids graduated from Cupertino schools. And I stand here to request you to oppose SB 403. A lot of fear mongering and an attempt to spread the hatred amongst the community is happening here. And I urge you to do the right thing and reject SB 403. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have, I think it's Maraju Murthy, followed by Radha Murthy, followed by Mahesh Pakala.
Yeah. Hello, all the council members. I'm here to strongly oppose SB 403. This bill is a racist, discriminatory, and divisive bill. It unfairly maligns, targets, and racially profiles the Hindu American community. It is actually an unconstitutional, blatantly discriminatory bill that singles out and racially profiles people. This bill will divide the Hindus exactly the way the colonial rule did. The word already comes from the Portuguese word costa, so it's not even an Indian origin word. It propagates harmful and false narratives that caste discrimination is inherent in Hindu teachings, which is so false and offensive mischaracterization. See, this discrimination, caste discrimination was outlawed in India 70 years ago. It comes from all, Hindu Americans here come from all backgrounds, ethnicities, and social strata. This bill will promote dangerous stereotyping and unjustly scrutinize an entire community.
Thank you. That is your time.
Yeah,
Next, we have Radha Murthy, followed by Mahesh Pakala, followed by Vinod Kumar. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm here to oppose California's Senate Bill 403, which would unfairly target and discriminate against Hindu Americans in California. It has taken centuries and sacrifices from people to remove caste discrimination. Instead of moving forwards, we should not go backwards, defeating the whole purpose and intention of those people, sacrifices of those people to go in vain. Please spare our children the future to make this world more beautiful with love and not make it ugly with hate and discrimination. This bill goes against the very values of exclusion and religious freedom that California strives for. So say no to 403. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mahesh, followed by Vinod Kumar, followed by Parmjeet.
And she is giving me her.
What was your name?
JOTI.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City Council members. I had a long speech, but I'll try to cut it short. Again, Mahesh Pakala, I'm a Cupertino voter. So the abolition of slavery in the 19th century was a hard-fought victory against an inherently unjust system that deprived millions of people of their basic human rights and dignity. It took tremendous effort and activism over decades to finally enshrine into law the self-evident truth that all people, regardless of race, deserve freedom. This SB 403 today targets the Hindu Americans community unfairly. Hindu teachings do not justify or encourage caste discrimination. In fact, Hinduism upholds the inherent equality and divine nature of all people. The bill propagates false stereotypes about an entire group. Passing SB 403 would be akin to falsely accusing the Christian community of inherently discriminating against women just because historically some churches did not allow female leadership. Falsely ascribing to the entire community or belief system is dangerous. Just based on one particular California senator with malice intent statement, who has assured that all her colleagues are complicit in the crime of discrimination against Hindu Americans. And I think they are going to realize what they have done, and they'll withdraw this as well. Just as the abolitionists fought to end legalized slavery in America, Hindu Americans today strive to dispel false narratives about their community and faith. I urge you to stand on the right side of history, just as the abolitionists did by opposing SB 403 and it's a discriminatory premise. Truth and religious freedom must prevail over harmful stereotypes. Like one high schooler said just before me, caste belongs to the history books, not to the law books. And I'm sure all of you will do the right thing. And thank you again for the time.
Thank you, Mahesh. Mayor, I see it's 9:37.
Because your name is being called out, what's the last name you called?
Vinod Kumar
That's
and
me.
Okay,
Parmjit.
I'm gonna have that,
Wonderful.
I'm gonna allow that too.
Vinod and Parmjit.
My name is
To
Parmjit,
have
so
it.
I'm giving my time to him.
Okay.
Okay,
Before I-
this will be the last two speakers, but we're gonna go to Zoom. If the Zoomers don't finish their 30 minutes, we'll come back and use the time. So let's have the
Excuse
last.
me,
Let's
excuse
have
me.
the last two speakers.
You haven't been recognized. Please sit down. Excuse me, please sit down or you'll be asked to leave.
Yes, before I start my timer, I want to say one thing, please. We just
Will be
find
the
out
time.
about this, we just find,
Is 2 minutes, right?
Yes, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Video, please set the timer at 2 minutes.
okay, not good. Okay, so this bill is not profiling or against anybody. You guys all are very responsible and educated people. You guys have seen the process of what happened in all the state in the process of senators, how it passed in judiciary senator committee, how it passed in senator bills, and how it passed in a judiciary assembly committee, all passed unanimously. The people who never experience, who doesn't know the caste, Hindu people, they never discriminate, they never feel experience of the caste discrimination because this never happened to those people. But the people who have been discriminated, it's a state responsibility, it's you guys' responsibility to protect everybody in the state, all over the place. So we just find out about this meeting, agenda meeting, yesterday evening. That's why we just find out we have few people right here. Otherwise, we should have been a lot of people right here. So I'm a chairperson of one of the big organization in Bay Area, Shri Gurudas of Bay Area, California, and also I represent other 5 temples, Gurudas temples in the California. On top of that, I also represent 46 temple who never get a chance to come right here today, but I'm representing them too. Caste is an ugly disease which come in the people in the genes, which they cannot live wherever they came from. So they continue discriminating, they continue use the policy right here. Otherwise, the Cisco case was not gonna come. The people are saying, okay, it's already kind of, dismissed case. It's not. It's still, the state is still after Cisco. And all the companies, Facebook, Cisco, Google, Salesforce, why they already start implementing the caste policy? Because they do experience. Everybody's responsibility that no one should be discriminated. Not even a single person should be discriminated for anything. Same thing, no one should be discriminated on the basis of caste. You guys all should make a proper call to support SB 403. Thank you.
Thank you.
I really want to commend our city clerk who's doing a fabulous job. Thank you so much. Okay. With that, we can give her applause. So we're going to go to the Zoomers for 30 minutes, and if they don't finish this 30 minutes, we'll come back to the roomers, okay? So let's start with the Zoom calls, and it's 9:40, so we're going to go to 10:10.
Okay, we will start with Babai Singh, followed by Ravi Danti. Oh, we just lost Babai. So now Ravi Danti, followed by Mukul Sinbal, followed by Rajan Desai. Welcome, Ravi.
Hello, I'm Ravi Danti. Thank you, honorable council members. I'm a US citizen and Cupertino resident for the past 20+ years, and I am strongly opposed to SB 403. I have worked in small to big multinational firms in the Bay Area for the last 35 years. In my daily meetings, gathering with my coworkers, friends, not even a single instances of caste was seen or mentioned. I'm super offended and victimized by this SB 403 bill, bringing this caste-based bill upon us without a single thread of evidence or proof. This Hindu phobia created by a Wahhabis bill is targeted at dividing our unified Hindu community. We left behind a caste monster back in India when we all migrated to free America. So our kids and future generation will be affected with this bill. So I will strongly oppose it, and I request you to oppose this bill also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Next, we have Mukul Sinval, followed by Ranjan Desai. Welcome, Mukul.
Yes, good evening, respected mayor and council members. This is Mukul Sinval from Fremont, California. I spent first 23 years of my life in India, and after that, I have been in US for more than 30 years, spent time on the West Coast, Maryland, Virginia, New Jersey, New York, and now in California. Never ever in my life I have come across any caste discrimination issues. I do not ask my friends and colleagues what their caste is, and they do not ask me what my caste is. So this caste discrimination story is totally fabricated by vested interest, spearheaded by Equality Labs, which is a known Hindu hate group spreading lies against Hindus. Hindu Americans are very successful in America and especially in Silicon Valley. And these people are just trying to malign them and divide them. We will not let this happen for us, for our children and our grandchildren's children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ranjan Desai, followed by Aram James, followed by Prabhakar Maram Reddy. Welcome, Ranjan.
Yeah, thank you, council members. I'd like to thank all the members for expressing their concern against the SB 403. I'm totally against SB 403, and I think JR and Hung Wei have, I hope they have done their homework and the due diligence on this. I think the other three council members are aware of that, but I hope all of you oppose this bill unitedly, without any division. And this caste is not at all a word in the Hindu religion at all. And those people who have been talking about this, I've heard about those people with all these equality labs and all, they're all just misguided. And this is not the right thing to do at all. They should go home and do some work in their, and then get back to normal self and talk about that. All right, thank you guys, and I hope you totally denounce this and say no to this SB 403 unitedly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Aram, followed by Veena, followed by Nitya. Welcome, Aram.
Yes, I'm asking you to support 403. It's the Hindu nationalist movement has a whole lot more power. Like, I'm a Jew, and I know the right-wing Zionist movement, same thing. They're trying to silence a conversation about the attacks on the Palestinian people. Here we have tons of money with the Hindu nationalists, want to prevent a bill that makes all the sense in the world. If people are discriminating against the Hindus, this bill, the Unruh Civil Rights Bill, would prevent discrimination against Hindus. So why they're taking this position makes no sense at all. I've read Caste by Isabel Wilkerson, and I've also read portions of Caste Matters by a Dalit scholar. We must prevent the discrimination against the Dalits in this country that is running wild. And I ask you, please, please support SB 403. Critical that you do that. Do the right thing.
Thank you. Next, we have Veena, followed by Nitya, followed by Prabhakar. Welcome, Veena.
Hi, I'm Veena, and I strongly support SB 403. America is the land of equality and equal opportunities, and California has always been at the forefront of civil rights protection. This bill clearly explains caste and why it's an oppressive system. Probably passing this bill will also educate the many people and their children here who claim to have never heard of caste or claim that it's already protected and banned. But this bill is about having explicit legal safeguards to protect against discriminatory practices in areas of employment and housing. And that, in my opinion, does not divide people, but it protects the rights of those that truly deserve it. I strongly urge the Cupertino City Council and respected council members to strongly support SB 403 and make caste discrimination illegal in California in no uncertain terms and set a leading example to the rest of the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Veena. Next, we have Nitya Krishnamurthy, followed by Prabhakar. Welcome, Nitya.
Hi, as a person born into the dominant caste and who migrated here to California in my 20s, I've been privy to conversations that are discriminatory in nature, such as when an acquaintance from my caste who works as a nanny felt the need to add that she only chooses, quote, our people, unquote, to work for. I've also seen a catering service in the SF Bay Area promising muddy sapadu, that is ritually pure food, which amongst other things means that it hasn't been defiled by the touch or even the glance of a person from the depressed caste. These show that caste employment discrimination exists here in CA based on caste. I also want to address the argument by the opposition that they don't want to teach their children about caste. This is the same argument that the right wing makes to ban books about slavery in the Deep South because it makes their children uncomfortable. So I urge the City Council to support SB.
Thank you, Nitya. That is your time. Next, we have Prabhakar. Welcome, Prabhakar. You'll need to unmute yourself, Prabhakar.
Hello. Hi, my name is Mangesh Padke. I'm a Bay Area resident for more than 25 years, including Cupertino. And I strongly oppose SB 403 bill as it violates civil rights of Indian American community by stereotyping us. A lot has been said, a lot data points have been discussed, shared against this bill. I would like to add one more to that list. The people who claim to be the leaders of organizations like Equality Labs, they have been caught on camera with the speech of hatred against Hindu community. And those videos will be shared with the council members in the due course of time. So I would request you to listen to those videos, watch those videos to understand the real intention behind this bill, versus what being said on the face of it. So again, I oppose this bill, SB 403, and my name is Mangesh. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're having some issues with Prabhakar. I will try one more time to allow you to talk. Please unmute yourself. Okay, I will move on to Ravi Kiran Singh, followed by Ben Kaila, followed by Padma Tanaru. Welcome, Ravi. And Ravi, you will need to unmute yourself. Okay, we may be having some issues then. Let me try Ben Kaila.
Hi, this is Ravi.
Okay.
Ravi?
Yes, just one. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Ravi.
Hi, dear Mayor Ray, Vice Mayor Mohan, and City Council. This is Ravi. I'm a US citizen, Cupertino resident, and a Bay Area resident for close to 20 years. And I'm a Hindu. And I urge you to oppose California Senate Bill 403, which would unfairly target and discriminate against Hindu Americans in California. This bill claims to promote religious freedom and tolerance. However, it does the opposite by singling out the Hindu American community. I thought when I left India and moved here, I won't hear this word caste, and I feel this is totally unnecessary. So rather than bringing the people together, this bill would promote a dangerous stereotyping and unjustly scrutinize the entire community. I urge you to stand up against discrimination by opposing SB 403. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ravi. And I will try Ben Kaila. Ben, welcome.
Hello, this is Ben Kaila.
I am a resident of California for the last 23 years, and I am a social worker as well as a nonprofit president. Caste is a reality. You have to understand that. We came here with an intention to live a good life here. But after coming here, we experienced it day in and day out. You have to understand. Please don't go by the numbers. Go by the truth. What we are saying is from our hearts, what we experience. Try to understand it and help us make your city the first city in California that stood in the history. Make a history by supporting this bill. Please, please, please. We are Dalits. We experience all through our lives. We don't want to experience here it in America also. That is not the reason we came here. We run away from India from here, escape the caste discrimination. Please help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Next, we have Padma Tanaru, followed by Archana Panda, followed by Anu Mandavali. Welcome, Padma. Padma, you'll need to unmute yourself. Okay, we will come back to, oh, we lost Padma. Okay, so Archana Panda, welcome.
Hello, everybody. This is Archana Panda. I am a resident of Cupertino and a library commissioner, and I strongly oppose this bill. I thank Sangeeta Shankar for giving me her time, so I have at least 2 minutes to speak my poem and my emotions in form of a poem. American Hindus are content, mature, and silent. We never hurt anyone. We are utterly non-violent. Perhaps that's why people take us easy. We trust everyone. We work hard. We are busy. When we are bringing the world together with our heart, why are some Hindu phobics dividing our family in part? Caste is past in India, it's not present here. Then why in America are you making it our future, dear? I'm a resident of Cupertino for the last 20 years. We'll speak what is good for this land. Our step today defines our tomorrow. Where we move depends on where we stand. So today I pray to Judy before it gets too late. I oppose this bill. Please do not discriminate. Yes, I strongly oppose this bill. Please do not discriminate. Thank you.
Thank you, Archana. Next, we have Anu Mandavali. Welcome, Anu.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Anu Mandavali, and I'm here to ask the City Council to support SB 403. And I would like to explain why existing laws do not address caste discrimination. Caste is a made-up category. There is no biological basis to caste. Therefore, when you put caste under the category of ancestry, it does not adequately explain it. Caste is not biological. Ancestry is biological. Therefore, you need to treat caste as its own category, and it is not okay to put it under ancestry. The second thing I wanted to say, dear City Council, is please do not be swayed by all these people who are saying they never heard of caste discrimination. It's exactly like white people saying that they never experienced racism. Yes, of course, they would not have experienced racism. Or it's like somebody else saying that they have never experienced anti-Asian hate. Unless you're Asian, you will not experience anti-Asian hate. Please do not listen to these people.
Thank you, Anu. That's your time. Next, we have Satya Pradhan, followed by Dilip Amin, followed by Sadeep K. Welcome, Satya. You'll need to unmute yourself. There we go.
Yes. Yeah, this is Satya Pradhan. I believe in Hayward, in the constituency of Isa Wahab. When I heard about the 403, I was kind of taken back and felt so betrayed, and started reading about this bill and learn about this. There are a couple of things I would like to point out here. One is about the accuracy of the information they rely on for this bill. And I was an ex-Cisco employee for 14 years. And if we look at the case, some people claim that the case is there, but the Civil Rights Division has withdrawn the case against the two managers, and that is a fact, and we can clearly check it. The other point I would like to bring up is the intention behind this bill. If we look at the number of changes that has gone through in the bill, starting with caste as a separate category, and now it is a explanation or description under other categories, we clearly see the intention. Please oppose this bill.
Thank you. That is your time. Next, we have Dilip Amin. Welcome, Dilip.
Hi, this is Dilip. I mean, seems like maybe it's a funny, but it's a bill is Equality Lab against the rest of the Hindus. And you should know that Equality Lab is a private corporation. And if this bill passes, Lab will gain maximum financially. That's some truth to keep in mind. Now, even without this caste bill, the Cisco's case was came to the case was filed. What I mean to say that there is no need for this bill. It is already caste discrimination is already covered. Only objective of this caste putting the caste word is to defame the Hinduism, because any elementary schools or middle schools they are teaching caste is equal to Hinduism. Thus, this bill is not facially neutral. It is an anti-Hindu bill. Remove the word caste and keep the bill as you want it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Sandeep K, followed by Pawan Kumar, followed by Anil Raveen. Welcome, Sandeep.
Hello to my favorite council members. My name is Sandeep, and I wanted to let you know that I have faced caste discrimination in the state of California by oppressors who actually do not live much far away from where you're meeting tonight, about 15 minutes from your office. Caste discrimination is a sad reality. And when I came to the US, I never thought that this casteist mindset that people from South Asia migrate to will bring it here. There are bigots before me who said that caste discrimination stories are made up. They sound exactly like the bigots who opposed laws to ban racial discrimination in this country in the 60s and even to this day. And caste discrimination for people like me is a reality, and we face it every day, and it's your obligation to correct that and protect people in minority like me, because you do not want to be in the wrong side of history. Thank you. I urge you to support SB 403.
Thank you. Next, we have Pawan Kumar. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Pawan Kumar. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm from Sacramento. My zip code is 95829. So I strongly support SB 403. So as you know, the SB 403 is passed in Judiciary Committee and Senator already. So there were the number of opposition too much than our numbers. So I think I'm seeing on the Zoom, so number of opposition are too much in the room there. So I believe that the council members will not go on the numbers. They will go on the right side of the numbers, not the quantity of the numbers. So please support SB 403. So if we know before that SB 403, Cupertino City Council meeting is going to do, which should be like five numbers of more than the opposition. We should be full of house there, but we got lately. So strongly.
Thank you. That is your time. Next, we have Anil Raveen, followed by Satish Mahajan, followed by Kamaljeet. Anil, you'll need to, there we go. You're unmuted now.
Yeah, hi, this is Puneet. I'm speaking for my dad, Anil. Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I strongly oppose to SB 403. I am an incoming 7th grader at Cupertino Middle School. In school, many kids, including myself, are taught about caste, yet it is very misleading because of the history books and curriculum. For example, teachers are told to inform students about what jobs and ranks each caste has. Why is the world putting this word into so much hate? After all, I have never heard this word coming out of anyone's mouth in the US expressing hate. Because of this deceptive information about caste, many kids in my school associate Hindu American brown kids like me towards this caste system. This bill promises discrimination between castes to abolish, yet it will only create more through Hindophobia. If this bill is passed, not only will the emphasis on false caste information amplify, but will ruin the coming generation when it comes to relationships, justice, and teachings. This will also lead to bullying, extortion, and become tough for businesses to operate in California and talent exodus. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, we have Satish Mahajan. Welcome, Satish.
Respected members, thanks for the opportunity. Good evening to you. This is Satish Mahajan, US citizen. I'm living in Bay Area for last more than 20 years. Lived in multiple cities, worked in multiple cities in Bay Area, currently living in San Jose. So I'm a techie software engineer. Right now, I do have my startup, which I started couple of years back. Now I'm in a position to hire the new employees. And while hiring the employees, do you want me to consider the person based on his or her caste instead of considering their merit? You will certainly say no, right? So I don't agree with this SB 403 bill. There are multiple people who are bringing up the Cisco case. Think about a situation from a businessman's perspective that if somebody brings up caste and I have to decide based on the caste, then what I will do? I will not even consider the caste for my hiring criteria, right? One. Second and most important point is that I'm looking for office space and Cupertino is in my list. And now it's on your decision, I will decide whether I want to come into Cupertino or I want to ignore Cupertino. Thanks. So oppose the 403.
Thank you. That is your time. Next, we have Kamaljeet. Welcome.
Hi there. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council Member, and staff. I'm supporting SB 403, and I urge the City of Cupertino to vote to support this bill as print. This bill does not hurt anyone. It protects everyone, including you, me, and thousands of others. So the council member panel should only vote on this after meeting with all the stakeholders, especially the civil rights organization working on this issue. I urge the city to support civil rights and not let disinformation and bigotry derail the rights of all. The only people SB 403 impacts are those that discriminate. Please stand on the right side of history and vote to support SB 403. History will remember your choice to support or obstruct for most vulnerable in California support for SB 403. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nirmal, aka Robbie Singh, followed by Rohit Sharma, followed by RT Desai. Welcome, Nirmal.
Respectable council members and mayor, I'm Dr. Singh. I'm a working physician. I'm South Asian Sikh from Punjab, India. My in-laws are Hindus. We both are in support of SB 403. I have faced as a physician discriminating attitude from a dominant caste physician at my workplace. Caste discrimination is a mental torture, and this is a historic bill to end the caste-based discrimination in California. The opponents are the same people who spread false propaganda back in India despite hundreds of daily atrocities against the Dalits. And this is happening these days, and they're the same people, they're doing the same thing in the US as well. Please do not fall for it. This is same like saying a white person saying that they have not faced racism. So it does not exist. I'm so sad to see how opponents are terrorizing their kids here who will be discriminating our young kids in future. And I wonder also why city has to take a position on the bill that has passed.
Thank you. That is your time. Next, we have Rohit Sharma. Welcome, Rohit.
Dear council members and mayors, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to speak on this critical topic for us, especially for Hindus. I would urge you to pass a resolution saying this is a wrong bill, incorrect bill, which is based on the false information, false data. I'll repeat some numbers, which one of our speakers said, 1 out of 4, 2 out of 4, 3 out of 4. This figures looks pretty good. But let me give you another figure, 2 out of 2. 2 cases, one against Cisco, one against BAP, both rejected and crashed the survey that was done by this particular organization. I don't even want to call the name, but the survey that was done, that was completely based on the false information. So the numbers that we have to keep in mind is 2 out of 2. When we talk about standing on the right side of the history, what do we mean? Do we want to stand with the fact, or do we want to stand with the false information? So dear council member, and mayor, we have to make the judgment here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have RT Desai, followed by Param Desai, followed by Seema Linskog. Welcome, RT.
Good evening, council members. I'm a proud citizen and resident of Cupertino. I believe that our constitution and our law already treats everyone equally and protects us. So I don't see the point in this bill. I don't want my future generations to be discriminated against based on their ancestry. Please vote no on SB 403 And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Param Desai. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, honorable council members, for taking this. I oppose SB 403. Earlier, one of the supporters of this bill said caste is in the genes. How unscientific and frivolous is that claim? Another supporter said caste is not biological. The supporters of this bill self-contradict themselves among themselves. Point number 2, this bill makes a claim about inherited status. I want to ask every American, every Californian, and the council, who in America has inherited status? We're all hardworking people working on the basis of our hard work and merit. There is no caste discrimination anywhere in California or America. So please do the right thing. Please oppose SB 403. I have 2 little kids going in Cupertino School District right now, and they face bullying because Hinduism and caste are associated in your textbooks. Please do the right thing. Oppose SB 403. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Seema Linskog, followed by Manish Deo, followed by Jagan Borelli. Welcome, Seema.
Hi there, respected Mayor Wei, Vice Mayor Mohan, and council members. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today on this important topic. I am a commissioner on the city's planning commission, but today I'm speaking only as myself. Whatever the good intentions of the author of SB 403 are, the impact of the bill will be devastating to the South Asian community. SB 403 is deeply flawed. It assumes that South Asians are likely to be racist and discriminatory simply because of our ethnicity. In doing so, it is itself racist and discriminatory towards California's South Asian population. It's important to acknowledge the real harm this bill could do. However, it's also important to listen to and respect the lived experiences of the South Asians who support the bill. This is not a city issue. This is a state level bill. It'll be debated, decided at the state level. Evan Lowe has recognized complexity of the issue and said that the bill should be paused until the issue can be studied further. I support that approach. At the city level, I appreciate everything you do for the South Asian American population.
Thank you, Seema. That is your time. Next, we have Manish Deo, followed by Jagan Borelli, followed by Musa Tariq. Welcome, Manish.
Yes, thank you very much for the time this evening. My name is Manish Dev. I've been in the Bay Area for almost 25 years. And I'm here today since I'm very concerned that SB 403, as we've heard from a lot of other speakers today, is a deeply flawed bill motivated by everything but the facts on the ground. This bill, as we've seen, is already tearing the communities apart. This will discriminate and even racially target many hardworking and law-abiding minority communities here, particularly the Hindu community. I ask you to put on your common sense hat here, looking at the unanimous support against SB 403 and vote against SB 403. Thank you again for the time this evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Jagan Borelli. Welcome.
Yes, I'm Jagan Borelli, and I'm in San Jose, not too far from Cupertino. I've been in this country for 45 years, and 2 of my kids are in mid-30s. They don't know what the caste is. My son is married for 12 years. I don't know my daughter-in-law's caste yet, unless these propositions make me reveal her caste and talk to her. I have 5 grandchildren, and I'm very much worried about their future and what this is going to do. All I can say is Equality Labs gave a hate speeches before. She shouldn't be allowed to come and speak here. I urge Cupertino to write to the assembly and dismiss the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Musa Tariq. Welcome, Musa.
Mayor, we are at the
It'll be the last one.
90-minute mark.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hello, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I hope you are all well. I'm speaking on behalf of the San Francisco Bay Area chapter of CARE, the Council of American Islamic Relations, which is the oldest office of the nation's largest American Muslim civil rights organizations. We urge you to support the addition of caste as a protected category in the city of Cupertino's anti-discrimination ordinance. This would make Cupertino one of the first cities in California to support SB 403 and would end caste discrimination in our state. While California has been a leader in combating discrimination, the historical discrimination faced by immigrants and their descendants has often been overlooked. That discrimination has become more present in the workplace and schools and more. As a state, we must act when targeted communities uproot their lives and seek refuge in California in the pursuit of equality. And that's exactly what this bill does. By adding caste as a protected category, you would be sending a clear message that Cupertino values diversity, inclusion, and equity for all its residents and workers. You would also be aligned with the position of numerous civil rights organizations, such as the ACLU, San Francisco Lawyers Committee, South Asian Bar Association, Asian American Bar Association, and Asian Law Caucus, and our own organization, who have all endorsed this bill and recognize caste as a crucial form of discrimination.
Thank you. That is your time.
Thank you.
So thank you, Madam City Clerk. Again, and we're going to conclude the Zoomers session 2. I want to thank everyone for your passion and also for your time spending here. There were a few moments of emotions, but we all got back to really good behavior. So thank you so much. I want to appreciate everyone's being here and everyone's comment. We have public comments for over 1.5 hours. So I am going to close the public comments period. And I apologize if you did not get to speak either in the room or in the Zoom. I am very happy that we got the time to listen to every one of you. And I'm hoping that you feel that the council has lend our ears to you, and then we have really taken everyone's comment to heart. So I'm going to close the public comments, bring it back to the council for a short deliberation, because I think we heard quite a bit. If my council fellow members are okay, I'm going to start to say 3 things that really touch my heart today. First is everyone here is speaking what you feel and what you're really, this is what you really feel that's this bill is affecting you. And the second is, I really want to say I am very impressed with our youngsters, and I know that compassion is to stand in somebody else's shoe and really feel somebody else's feelings. Understand we have different focus, we have different feelings. The third one is I want to give you a challenge. When I was in high school, I was in a debating, and I was told I have to debate for a principle that I don't believe in. We have to do research. We have to debate to defend that. So if you could do some research, why they're against it. If you can do research, why they're for it. I think that gives you a lot of good insight for it. I had so much fun research the things I didn't believe in and had to really defend it as a good debater said, I do believe in it. It gave me some perspectives of what other people's shoes are. Well, how can we really step into that and take a deep dive of why we're opposing it, why are we for it? And I hope that you will go home and do that little exercise and ask your kids to do that little exercise. It's very healthy. It doesn't mean that it changed my mind in the end, but it does give me that perspective that yes, there is something there that maybe I didn't see before. So that's what I felt today. And I want to give the floor to my other fellow council members. I deeply felt your passion and your belief. And I am saying that I'm here to learn. And I've learned a lot today. Some people may say this is a waste of time. You're listening to people's repetitive things. It's not. Everybody speaks differently. Even though you may have spoken the same theories, the same reasons, but the way you speak, the way you express yourself is different. So I think I got my few minutes, so I'm going to open that to my comments for my other colleagues. Anyone would like to step in? Vice Mayor Mohan, please.
Thank you, Mayor Wei. Those were wise words. Thank you to everyone here, who made the effort and taken the time to attend this evening's meeting. Thank you also for all those who sent hundreds and hundreds of emails, left voicemail messages, and appreciate the time you put into that as well. So thank you very much. I just want to make a few personal comments. And Mayor Way, if you'll allow me, and then we can come back and discuss the future course of action.
Absolutely.
Asian Americans comprise 70% of the population in Cupertino. That is the highest of any Bay Area city. We have made significant contributions to the cultural and economic vitality of our region. As an Asian American myself, and specifically an Indian American, I share the fears of most in my community that this bill, Senate Bill 403, will have damaging and destructive consequences for my community. Whether this will actually happen or not, I don't know, but my fear remains, not just for people of my generation, but for my children and grandchildren. I am opposed to SB 403. As most of you know by now, it adds caste as a protected category and claims to protect against discrimination. The word caste is a loaded word. I don't know what it means. It is ill-defined in the bill. And I've had several conversations with so many people in the last few weeks, and I'm not sure that any two of us can agree on what caste is. I am also part of a large Indian American community in the Bay Area, and we don't go around talking about what caste we belong to or whether this has any relevance at all. And I have to wonder, are people trying to find a solution for non-existent problems? Make no mistake, SB 403 is a bill that singles out and targets one segment of the society. In this case, Asian Americans, specifically Indian Americans and Hindu Americans. At its best, this bill is unnecessary because there are enough anti-discrimination laws enshrined in the state constitution and in the Constitution of the United States. At its worst, it is divisive, it is mean-spirited, and it reinforces false stereotypes. Most importantly, in my opinion, it has the potential to harm all of us, and particularly the generations that come after us. I'll stop here, Mayor, and hopefully I can come back later.
Please no applause, because I do believe that everyone have their points, and it's important to recognize who agree with you, but also recognize the validity of the feelings of whoever have different opinions as you are. So thank you so much. Councilmember Foon, please.
I'll echo the thanks to everybody who came and spoke today. I know especially those times when you are speaking for the first time, it is very frightening. If you are speaking from your heart, it is very frightening. If you are outnumbered, it is very frightening. I have been in all of those situations. I've also spent many, many hours now reviewing this bill, literature on the bill. I've watched the entirety of the Assembly Judiciary Committee hearing on the bill. I've read all of the legislative analysis at each stage of the bill's progression through the legislature. And frankly, I also felt that it was really incumbent on me to reach out to friends and people that I respect in our own community here, the South Asian community, in order to better appreciate what their perspectives were. That has been a humbling, enlightening, and sometimes bewildering experience. And it's obvious to me that there are a lot of people in our local community in particular who have very understandable views that I think have largely been expressed by my colleague about how this legislation could affect them and their loved ones, and therefore how the legislation makes them feel, specifically singled out, targeted, stereotyped, stigmatized. It's also clear to me that there are others who see the bill through the lens of the harm of invidious discrimination that they honestly hope it would prevent. And I think that finding the balance between those two competing interests is extremely difficult, and I don't pretend to have an answer to it. What is very plain, however, is the degree of division that the bill engenders in our South Asian community in particular, and you saw that tonight. I don't want to see any part of our community experience this sort of visceral division. So whatever comes out of our deliberation today, I want our community to feel that we've honored their lived experiences. And I want to ensure that we are offering useful and helpful guidance to our legislative delegation in Sacramento that gives them the best tools to find a good solution. Ultimately, the legislation that we are considering tonight is theirs. It's not our own. We don't have a vote. We do have a voice, and when we use it, I think that we need to use it thoughtfully and prudently.
Thank you, Councilmember Froon. Councilmember Chow, please.
So I think I recognize that there are caste discrimination. Definitely there are incidents of caste discrimination where there are all kinds of discrimination that do happen. And when they are documented, and we should definitely address any of this discrimination. And then I would like to also acknowledge that the author of SB 403 and the district attorney, Jeff Rosen of Santa Clara County, both acknowledge and recognize the existing anti-discrimination law, Section 51 of California Civil Code, already address discrimination based on ancestry. And there is already legal basis to prosecute any kind of discrimination based on perceived ancestry or heritage. So that's the basis. 403 does not expand the law or change the law at all, but it adds the word caste. What does that mean? Like many speakers acknowledge that they don't even know. I looked it up. I find out there are actually caste-based systems. In every culture, you have a caste-based system in Japan, in China, in Africa. That's the kind of system that has been throughout the history, and there are discrimination based on class difference, caste difference. Even a city who live in people who come from one city would discriminate against people who did not come from that city. They all exist, but unfortunately in US, the term caste has been negatively used to portray Hindu Americans. And that contributes to a lot of the Hindu phobia. And there are also documented cases of Hindu phobia and anti-Hindu hate crimes. So including a word that has very negative connotation, that no one really knows what it means in California legislation, that's really a step backwards. That's not really helping us to build a more inclusive and more equal society. So I think we should all reject any attempts to stereotype or stigmatize any individual based on their perceived ancestry, as this contradicts the very principle of equality and fairness that we hold dear, and the very principle of Section 51, the Unruly Civil Rights Act that SB 403 is trying to amend. So I don't see any value of including the word caste in any California legislation. I oppose that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chow. Councilmember Moore.
Okay. So first, I want to thank everyone for coming out, and I want to commend the council for providing this opportunity. We might be the only city which has taken this topic up to have a conversation and allow everyone's voice to be heard. And I think that's valuable for the entire community, that we want to hear what people have to say. This is a complicated and difficult topic, which has a history that we are all learning more about. I appreciate all of the additional information that was brought up this evening about the history of the caste system and the impacts in India of having British rule on that system. I think that was also enlightening as well. One thing that bothered me, there's a few, one thing that bothered me within the SB 35 text is the definition of ancestry. And I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent here because the focus has been on India, the caste system there, but this definition of ancestry, it gets kind of complicated in my opinion. So ancestry includes, but is not limited to, lineal descent, heritage, parentage, and they have the word caste or any inherited social status. And this gets complicated. We have very complex families. You know, my mother was adopted, and my grandmother was raised in an orphanage. What is my heritage and parentage? It's complicated. In Europe, I have Eastern European ancestry. That's considered a lower class in other parts of Europe. I don't wear that here. That's in the past. So this definition made me think about, you know, what my ancestry is, what this labeling is as well, and that bothers me. And the lines here are blurring as each generation stays here longer, and we're living amongst one another and we're learning from each other. And as each generation's been here longer, we don't want to wear labels. I'm concerned about this labeling of people with regards to their ancestry, and that our focus has been specifically on this added definition within ancestry. I think they were intending to be helpful, but adding some of these words, the lineal descent, the heritage, the parentage, any inherited social status, and then of course adding caste. I think to me, that's all troubling. I like people to feel free about their ability to move within our society. And if you came here and you were, like my great grandparents were illiterate, and my father had a PhD, he was not constrained by anything. And I want people to feel that as well. My suggestion for this council would be that we oppose this bill unless it is amended with the word caste removed. That being said, I still have issues with the ancestry definition, which was added in. So I would like to hear what other people's thoughts are on it. Perhaps it is the best definition they could come up with. This came from the judicial analysis. So I'd like to hear some more opinions about that. But ultimately, I share the fears that this is going to cause damaging consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore. So I'm going to allow myself to a few minutes to, I like all my colleagues, you know, they say from their heart and what they learn from all of you. And I think each one of you has a point. And I just want to share a more personal note with you. I understand discrimination still exists in the United States. We have to admit that. And understand, you know, we are all citizens. None of us here is discriminating against anybody. Okay, so I want to go back to my first opening. Let's not let this divide our community. We are one community together. We do have different feelings. We have different shoes. We come with different baggages. So I want to tell you a personal story, if you allow me. So I grew up in the I didn't grow up here. I came here, but I never felt I was discriminated against. But I met a friend who was 20 years older than I am, and he was very strong about when there's something he wanted to go out there, he would just, raise his hands and do things. And I said, why? I didn't feel discriminated. He sat me down. He said, he grew up in San Francisco. And at that time, it says parks has sign says no Chinese in dogs. So he said he was discriminated against. So he was so strong about anything that he had to fight for, for equal rights, which I did not have that passion. But I learned from him that it did exist. So here we're here again. We're talking about civil rights. And I believe every one of you in our room are not discriminating anybody. So let's have that premise in hand. And I like to propose, I am going to let my colleague, who is Indian American, take the lead, because I trust my colleague's wisdom and her feelings. And so I would like to listen to Vice Mayor Sheila's proposal on this very challenging issue, but also it's not challenging because no one in this room is discriminating against anything. So that premise is always there. Sorry if I put you on the spot.
Thank you, Mayor Wei. So what I would, I thought we could discuss the next course of action. And I would like the city to issue a proclamation emphasizing the values we hold dear as members of the Cupertino community. And also keeping in mind, there are a couple of things about SB 403, and you heard how I felt about it. But I also know that the bill is still going through the legislative process, that there are being changes made at every step, and that even it's going to the Appropriations Committee and still has to go to the Assembly floor, that there could be language changes that could happen between now and then. While I'm opposed to SB 403 in its present form, there is no guarantee that the divisive language that I feel it includes will be changed as the bill makes its way through the legislative process. I also want to make sure the proclamation includes more than just SB 403. One of my fears is that maybe 6 months from now, another bill will come up targeting some other segment of society or some other personal characteristic. And I want to make sure that the proclamation we issue today will cover all those experiences as well, so that once and for all, we have a proclamation that clearly states what the city's position is on issues like discrimination.
Do you have a?
I do have
Do you have
a format,
proposal?
and
Okay.
if I could give it to the city clerk to put it on the. And one thing I forgot to mention was maybe if I could direct the city attorney and the city manager to sort of take this language and sort of fashion it any which way you want, make sure the relevant stuff that we all agreed to is still there, but just do it the right way that the proclamation needs to be done.
Yeah, yeah. If you'd like that, I'd recommend that you include that in any motion you make.
Okay, if I could just thank you.
Video, can you cover?
Yes, we can see. Can the public see? Okay,
Yes.
would you like to read it?
Oh, sure. I should read?
Yeah, yes.
What,
yes,
oh,
that's
Christian?
your motion, right?
Okay. So, yeah, so as you can see on the, on this display, which I would like that we make a motion to direct the city manager and the city attorney to prepare a proclamation which contains the following language. Whereas Cupertino values its commitment to diversity in our city, whereas we believe that the principles of human rights and equal protection against discrimination apply to all sections and communities in the city, whereas we take immense pride in the fact that almost 70% of our population is Asian American, whereas it is our obligation as city council members to do everything we can to foster a climate of inclusivity and dignity for all individuals, regardless of their background and ethnicity. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Cupertino opposes discrimination in all forms and will vigorously oppose any laws in the future that could intentionally or unintentionally result in racial or ethnic profiling, violation of civil rights, and stigmatizing any one segment of our society.
So that is your motion?
That is my motion, and I'm open to.
May I have a second before we?
The rest of the council.
May I have a second before
changes.
we make a discussions?
I will second that for discussion purpose.
Okay, it's being made and seconded.
May I suggest in addition that to authorize the city attorney to review the motion as to form and make any changes necessary to make sure that the motion is clear and complies with all legal requirements, or the proclamation is clear and complies with all legal requirements. And the seconder is agreeable to that.
Yeah, so we need the motioner to accept the terms of what city attorney says.
Both the movement and the seconder, yes.
Yes, and the seconder to approve it.
Yeah, but I do have a
Okay,
question.
sure.
About the
We can open
motion.
up discussion now.
Okay.
Councilmember Chow, then Councilmember Moore.
So this statement does not address SB 403, which is the item on the agenda. Is it appropriate
I think it's
for
within,
this kind of proclamation that's not on the agenda?
I think it is within the scope of what's agendized, because it's germane to the concerns that led this item to be on the agenda.
So I like to read the agenda.
This doesn't.
So
This
let me read
doesn't,
it. Consider taking a position in support of or in opposition of or otherwise regarding or in response to Senate Bill 403. So otherwise is that how we clarify it?
I think it's fairly clear that this proclamation is in response to SB 403. We just heard, an hour and a half of comments on the issues raised.
Okay, Councilmember Chow, Councilmember Moore, Councilmember Chow, are you done with your?
I do have a substitute motion that I would like
Sure,
to
go
see
ahead.
if the council would entertain. So let me share my screen. I drafted a proclamation. Started with shorter, but it ends up to be longer, like I always. So it's a proclamation against Hindu phobia and caste stigmatization. I start with stating existing law. Cupertino City Council declares that we stand against all forms of discrimination and affirms our unwavering commitment to promoting equality and inclusivity within our community. We fully support the I don't know how to pronounce that. Yes, UNRWA Civil Rights Act, Section 51 of California Civil Code, which states all persons within the jurisdiction of this state are free and equal, and no matter what, their sex, race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, disability, medical condition, genetic information, marital status, sexual orientation, citizenship, primary language, or immigration status are entitled to the full and equal accommodation, advantages, facilities, privileges, or services in all business establishment of every kind of whatsoever. So this include already ancestry. Furthermore, the Cupertino City Council vehemently oppose any stigmatization or stereotyping of individuals based on any of the aforementioned attributes. We firmly believe that every member of our community deserves to be treated with dignity and respect without fear of prejudice and bias. We acknowledge the rise of Hinduphobia and the challenges faced by Asian Indian American community in Cupertino, California, and the United States. We are deeply concerned about any documented incidents of discrimination based on perceived caste or ancestry, as well as any recorded incidents of anti-Hindu hate crimes. Such acts or intolerance and discrimination prohibited by UNRWA Civil Rights Act have no place in our diverse and harmonious community. Although there are caste-based systems and discrimination throughout history and in almost every culture and in every continent, the term caste has been unfortunately misused to negatively portray the culture of Hindu Americans, which contributes to more Hinduphobia. We reject any attempts to stereotype or stigmatize individuals based on their perceived ancestry, as this contradicts the principle of equality and fairness that we hold dear. We express our strong opposition to SB 403 and any legislation that employs wording with negative connotation to stigmatize and stereotype any group, including the term caste. We believe that the addition
please refrain
of
from
caste to
applause, please. Thank you.
California law fails to contribute meaningfully to the existing anti-discrimination law, the UNRWA Civil Rights Act. Instead, it perpetuates harmful stereotypes and prejudices, contrary to the fundamental principle of the UNRWA Civil Rights Act. As members of the Cupertino City Council, we are committed to fostering an inclusive community where all residents come together to support one another, free from the burden of outdated cultural heritages. We envision a city that cherishes diversity, embraces inclusivity, and celebrates the unique contributions of every individual.
Thank you. So that is your motion. And may I have a second, please?
Moore, second.
Okay.
And may I request that the same language regarding the city attorney's authority to review the proclamation for form and legality be added to the substitute motion?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so we have a substitute
the
motion.
second,
We're open. You accept
Need to
the.
acknowledge the city attorney's.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now we're open to discussion on the substitute motion. I like to speak to it. I think the essence of Councilmember Chow's motion is there. I feel it's very complicated. I think it says a lot of things that's real specific, and I understand that Vice Mayor Mohan's motion actually addresses a lot of them without being really specific. And I understand the desire of a lot of our constituents, and I understand the desire of someone who feels differently. To me, this is how I see things. You all know that no council members this is a Cupertino City Council is looking at this because we want to hear from our residents and also from people who have different opinions. And to me, it's a very, as I say, it's an educational journey for me. And I do believe that I remember I voted no to put this on the agenda because I do feel that we have not much control over it because it is in the state level. However, I am happy we did it because we got to listen to a lot of people. I like always, if you know me, like simple, good, to the point proclamations instead of a proclamation that's very complicated. So my only concern with Councilmember Chow's proposal, it is pretty complicated. So that's my comment. And I am open up to Councilmember Froome, then Councilmember Moore.
So I would echo everything that the mayor just offered, and I would very much like to hear from the vice mayor on the topic, especially because she made the initial motion. And my sense from knowing her is that she probably spent a good deal of time and energy and thought in it. And I would like to afford her the dignity of deference on the topic.
Councilmember Moore, then followed by Vice Mayor Mohan.
Thank you. So I was wondering if I could see the original motion again, that it is a proclamation, because I do not recall seeing the sentence that says that the city of Cupertino opposes SB 403. So if we could have that back up on the screen, I'd like to, yeah, okay. So that is that to me, that's what a very critical sentence is missing here. And my suggestion during my little talk about this was that my suggestion was that the city of Cupertino opposes SB 403 unless amended with the word caste removed. And I did want to hear some comments about the ancestry issue, but still the point being made that I would want to see that SB 403 be opposed in this original motion. If that is not going to happen, then I am in support of Councilmember Chow's motion proclamation, which is more complicated. It was, by the way, for this particular agenda item, having served on the Legislative Review Committee for a couple of years, when we would see something like SB 403 or any of the other bills, the positions that we would be taking would be, we're either going to oppose it unless it's amended, or we're going to support it or support with amendments, or we might just take a watch position. So I'm a little taken aback by the proclamation concept that we're looking at here. It would have been my preference that we were going to be a little bit more direct and say we're going to oppose it or we're going to support it, and what we want to see changed to make it something that we want to feel good about, if there's some way to do that. So it is my preference that that original motion have the line in there that we are opposing SB 403. I don't think it's implied in that proclamation.
Vice Mayor Mohan.
Just wanted to address a couple of things that Councilmember Moore brought up. SB 403, the words SB 403 does not show in the proclamation that I suggested. And also, just to go back a little bit, even the proclamation itself was my suggestion. So it isn't like I'm not willing to listen to other points of view. But the reason, and I agree with the sentiments expressed by the words that Councilmember Chow read out and presented to the public. But my problem and my concern, not so much a problem, is that I thought SB 403 could change its colors by the time it ends up at the governor's desk. And I didn't want to commit to opposing SB 403 in the form of a proclamation because it could change. And it could change dramatically, or maybe it wouldn't change at all. But right now, that whole process is uncertain. And another reason I didn't want to include SB 403 was 6 months down the line, as I said, there could be another bill, hypothetically, maybe SB 405, and which targets another segment of society. And I wanted to make sure that the proclamation we issued covers eventualities like those as well, and not restricted to what we are seeing today.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mohan. And then you have Vice Mayor, Councilmember Chow has your light on. Do you want to say something? You have 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I modeled my letter actually after the opposition letters the city usually write to oppose a state bill that usually includes a lot of detailed content and reasons on why we support or oppose a bill. So it's not a very short declaration. That usually is not. And I do think it's important that we take a stand against adding caste in any legislation. So if the council would like a very short letter, I could propose I guess a friendly amendment to Vice Mayor Mohan's urging, adding one paragraph from mine, which would read something like this. We express our strong opposition to any legislation that employs wording with negative connotations to stigmatize and stereotype any group, including the term caste. So this means other things are covered too. And we believe that the addition of caste to California law fails to contribute meaningfully to the existing anti-discrimination law, the Unruly Civil Rights Act. Instead, it perpetuates harmful stereotypes and prejudices, contrary to the fundamental principles of unruly civil rights. And then we oppose SB 403 in its current form, unless it is amended to remove the mention of caste.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Chow. I would like to speak on this.
So that was a friendly amendment. So I wonder if is it okay to propose that now, or I should do it after we vote on my substitute?
No, so both motions are on the table, so you can propose a friendly amendment to the main motion now, and then we would vote on the substitute motion first.
Okay, so then I would need the motion maker to see if you accept this friendly amendment to the main motion.
So I think we're still at a comment period. Can I make my comment first? Okay, so I want to make it very clear that Vice Mayor Chow made her position very clear when she made her statement. She is personally opposing the bill. And I believe she wrote letters to the legislators already as Vice Mayor herself, representing herself. So her position is very, very clear. And I do admire her for making a proclamation that doesn't include what her personal feelings is, but to make it a general proclamation that's going to prevent everything else that's come after this. It does say very clearly that any forms of discrimination is prohibited. That's the council will disapprove. I like her form because it's simple and it says what the council is going to go forward. I understand the desire of a lot of constituents is to make sure it's specific, but I do understand that when we step on other people's shoe, and also I understand very clearly, it doesn't matter what we're doing today. We might not change what's happening in Sacramento. So in order for Vice Mayor Chow to make a proclamation that's going to last forever, that represents what the Cupertino City Council represents, that's what I would support, because I look through my Vice Mayor. She is part of the Indian American community. She made her position very, very clear. There was no doubt that what she believes in about SB 403. I'm going to stop it here. After me, Councilmember Moore, you have about 2 minutes too.
Question for the city attorney. May I make a second substitute motion here?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you.
But can I first get my sub-friendly amendment? I have not gotten confirmation from the motion maker.
That would be
should
up to,
I
it would
do
be up
that
to the
first?
chair to recognize the speaker.
Okay.
So, Vice Mayor Mohan, I think Councilmember Chow made a friendly amendment to your first motion where she seconded. Would you accept her friendly amendment?
So this is a paragraph I read, if that's more clear.
If I could see that paragraph on the screen. I agree with the sentiments expressed in this paragraph. And I would be okay with maybe just including the word caste in my original motion. And I'm not sure that takes away from anything you have said, Councilmember Chow. I'm almost sure that what you're saying sort of restates what I have said. And if you don't agree with me, please.
So you agree we could add mention SB 403 and caste?
No,
Or
I did not
We
say
don't
SB
mention
403.
403, but we.
Yeah, right, because I think, and I'm sorry, Mayor, if I could speak, I thought if we said SB 403, that would really limit us to future such laws. So
But that's what's on the agenda.
Okay, so let's Vice Mayor
Okay.
decide whether she wants to accept your friendly amendment or make her own friendly amendment.
I would be okay with including the term caste in my original motion.
So would you like to? So how are we going to do this? Because
So I would if both the Councilmember Chow and Vice Mayor Mohan are open to it, I would recommend amending the Vice Mayor's original motion to include additional direction to the city attorney to incorporate the sentiment expressed in Councilmember Chow's additional language, including a mention of the term caste in a revised in a proclamation, to include additional provision in the proclamation that addresses that.
okay, so why don't I make a friendly amendment too? Okay, so I really like simple languages. So with your original proposal.
Point of order, Mayor.
Oh, sorry.
I think well, we have that's not the problem, but I think we should the maker of the motion should decide, and the seconder of the motion should decide whether they're accepting that friendly amendment, and then you could make your own amendment.
Okay.
Is that me?
Yes.
Okay. So I accept Councilmember Chow's sentiments about including the word caste in my original motion.
Okay.
But not SB 403 for the reason I stated earlier, that it limits us. And that doesn't have to be in the proclamation.
Councilmember Chow, are you comfortable with how I framed the intention of your amendment?
Yeah, I like the way you framed it, that you would include the sentiment included and you will include the caste. So my understanding now is the mayor would like to propose an amendment. So she should propose, and I and Council Member Mohan, my Vice Mayor Mohan can then decide if we would accept that friendly amendment.
Yes, the mayor now has the floor, and I apologize for interrupting her.
No problem. This is getting very challenging. Okay, so my friendly amendment is real simple. Councilmember Vice Mayor Mohan's original motion plus instruct ask the attorney to add caste to the motion as appropriate.
I think that's
because I personally do not like complicated things, like strongly oppose and stigmatize. I did not like Vice Mayor Councilmember Chow's language. I feel that our city attorney can make a better, make a legally appropriate incorporation into caste into Vice Mayor Mohan's original proclamation.
So your friendly amendment would be would be an amendment to strike the additional text that Councilmember Chow has added to the motion through her amendment, and merely direct the city attorney to include language that makes reference to caste in a revised proclamation.
Yes.
Okay.
And now it's up to you to accept, because you were the original mayor.
I don't accept it.
And I accept it.
Then the amendment does not, the amendment is not on the floor.
So why don't I make another substitute motion as that? I'm going to make another substitute motion to original Vice Mayor Mohan's original language plus authorize the city attorney to
Point of order. I believe Councilmember Moore already indicated that she wants to make a substitute motion. So I don't know.
We can do that. Okay, so I'll let you make a substitute motion first. Now let's clear. We have original motion that's being I'm a little confused now. Sorry.
Yeah. So we have an original motion, a substitute motion. There can be up to 3 motions on the floor under Rosenberg's Rules of Orders. As chair, you can either make your motion or recognize Councilmember Moore and allow her to make her motion.
So the one I want to ask is Vice Mayor Mohan's original motion, friendly amendment. I don't think she really accepted that friendly amendment. Or did she?
It seemed as if she did, but
Okay,
she would be the best person to answer that question.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sort of lost track of what
I apologize. Okay, that's okay.
I wanted to make sure that you knew that the word caste. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure that the word caste would be included in my original motion.
Yes. Okay.
Just to complicate things further, we will need a motion to, it's after 11, so we're going to need a motion to extend time.
I'm
continue the
going
debate.
to make my council members can we extend until 11:20?
So moved.
Okay. May I have a second? We're going to extend our time to 11:20.
I second it.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote by light, please.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, Councilmember Moore, I'll let you make the motion.
Thank you. So just to kind of simplify things, my motion would be that the city council takes an opposed position on SB 403 unless amended, removing the word caste, and that we direct that a letter to the legislature be written, which incorporates both Councilmember Chow and Vice Mayor Mohan's proclamations.
Okay, may I have a second? If there's no.
Second, but I don't quite understand.
Okay, I will prefer if you don't understand the last second, please.
So you mean include both proclamations in a letter?
Through the mayor. So what we're doing is the recommended action is that we consider taking a position in support of, opposition to, or otherwise regarding or in response to SB 403. My motion very clearly takes a position, and then you're going to incorporate, we're asking staff to incorporate both proclamations, because there's good information in both, into a letter for the legislature, so that they know what our position is here. So it's simply because for ease of information, we've provided a lot of meat in those two documents that they can write a letter with. But bottom line is that we've got an opposed positions clearly stated, and we are not watering down what it is.
So oppose or oppose unless amended?
Oppose unless amended, removing the word caste.
Okay, and then the staff will draft the letter similar to the letter have been drafted for bills, and
Correct.
then considering would combine the sentiment expressed in both proclamation.
Through the mayor, precisely.
So yeah, I would recommend that the speakers be recognized by the mayor.
Yeah. So we need a second for Councilmember Moore's motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we're open
We
for
can
discussion.
discuss,
Councilmember
yeah.
Froon, had your light on?
Again, in the spirit of the dignity of deference that I've offered the vice mayor, as to what her view is on it, if she would prefer her language and the version that the mayor was going to offer, I would suggest to her that since we can only have so many motions on the table at once, that she withdraw hers and offer it as a substitute.
The mayor, what exactly does that accomplish?
It would allow us to, through the mayor, it would allow us to consider your preferred version of the motion.
We can only have three motions on the table. So if you withdraw, I'm going to let city attorney explain it.
Yeah, there are up to three motions can be on the table. The maker of a motion can withdraw a motion at any time. If your motion is withdrawn and a new substitute motion is made, the last substitution motion that's made would be considered first and voted on.
Okay, so what is the substitute motion that we are voting on? If
Not yet.
Not
I
yet,
was
not-
going to make one, but
right.
now I can't because we have three motions on the table already.
Okay, so I withdraw my original motion.
I would disagree. I like your motion and our friendly amendment. And I think.
Attorney, please.
Point out that Councilmember Chow is not recognized and the maker of the
Oh.
motion can withdraw the motion.
So my question for city attorney is, if the maker of the motion withdraws the motion, the seconder cannot
That's
insist.
correct. That's correct. It's the maker. It's the maker's
So-
decision.
Thank you.
I don't understand why Vice Mayor Mohan has to withdraw her motion.
She doesn't have to. She chooses to.
I didn't have to, but.
So
I'm sorry,
again,
excuse-
I'd encourage the council members to
Okay,
be recognized before
Oh.
speaking.
Councilmember Froon, I think your light is on.
Yes, procedurally, the next step would be for the vice mayor to offer the motion that she intended that would incorporate the things that the mayor intended to add.
So why don't I make the third motion, substitute motion then? I would like to make the motion to approve Vice Mayor Mohan's proclamation, but authorize the city attorney to add caste into the proclamation as appropriate. That will be my substitute motion. And I'm looking for a second.
I'll second that.
So open for discussions.
So how is that? So Mayor, can I speak? So
I'm sorry.
how is your motion different from Vice Mayor Mohan's earlier motion?
This is the motion that I'm making.
But how is that different from, maybe Vice Mayor Mohan can explain what do you see is different between your original motion and the new one?
The different motion is your friendly amendment includes your language in there. I personally don't like really complicated language. And because caste is the one item that we want to put it on, so I'm making very simple. My motion is to to approve Vice Mayor Mohan's proclamation, but authorize the city attorney to add caste into it as appropriate. And it's seconded by Vice Mayor Mohan. So if there are no questions, Councilmember Moore.
Yes, so I'd like to understand what, given our recommended action, what is the position that motion has with regards to Senate Bill 403? I cannot tell if you are in support or opposition, or if you are just taking a watch position on that. Also, there was an earlier statement about wanting to wait and see what happens to the bill. Well, what happens to the bills that are going through is that they get changed based on the positions and the information that our legislators get from the public. So we need to make a position to let them know how we feel. I still have the floor. Thank you, Mayor.
Can I have the city attorney explain? This subject doesn't, yes, it says support in opposition or otherwise regarding or response to Senate Bill 403. Is the current motion response to Senate Bill 403?
The current motion is germane to the agenda item as you read it. Yes.
Okay, I hope that answers your question, Councilmember Moore.
Mayor Wei, you just spoke over me, so I should have done
I
a
apologize.
point
Go
of
ahead.
order. No, it does not take a position for or against. It's, if anything, I would say it walks around it without being direct. And you like simple language? Simple language would be you support or oppose, or you want to take a watch position. One of those would be simple. This is not simple. It's vague.
Thank you. And any other comments? Councilmember
Question,
Chow?
how many motions, what motions do we have on the table right now?
We have three.
So what's
The one I
three
made and
motions?
Councilmember Vice Mayor Mohan second. The one Councilmember Moore made and you seconded. And then the last, yes, two. And the last one is the one.
That was withdrawn.
No, there was another one.
Was there a third one?
Yes, there was another one that she made and you make a friendly amendment to add, but that
was the original one.
But
that's the same one.
That has two friendly amendments on it.
But that's the same motion,
There's
right?
Councilmember Chow's original what Councilmember Chow's originally was for the first substitute motion. And then there was a second substitute motion made by Councilmember Moore, and then the mayor's third substitute motion is now the third motion on the table.
Oh, so there is the three motion now. One is the one that I proposed with my version of the proclamation.
Correct. Yes, that was.
Oh, that one I would like to withdraw. So yeah, that because with that one, I would like to withdraw. And then now I would like to make another substitute motion that like I said, I think I don't understand.
Can you make a motion, please?
Okay. So I like to make a motion that we prepare two letters. One specifically on SB 403 that oppose SB 403 unless it's amended with the wording of caste removed, and express the reasons that why we think caste is a negative connotation that will stigmatize and stereotype our Cupertino community. And second, I understand that Vice Mayor Mohan would like a more general letter that cover more. I think we can have two letters. One is general that covers more, but one address the specific issue on the agenda today, SB 403. So that's my motion.
Okay, may I have a second?
Through the mayor, I'd like to second that, and I like Councilmember Chow's motion so well, I'd like to withdraw mine in support of hers.
Okay, so let's have a vote. If you no, Councilmember Foon.
Again, in the spirit of the dignity of deference, I would like to hear the Vice Mayor's opinion.
Vice Mayor Mohan, we are actually looking forward to you.
I'm not sure there's anything else I want to say. I oppose SB 403. I oppose all mention to caste. I'd like to keep it not general, but inclusive, just so that we are prepared for similar eventualities down the line.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mohan, and I like to echo that. I look forward to my the lead on my Vice Mayor Mohan, and I want to say one more time, she made it very clear she's opposing to SB 403, and so we're going to vote on Councilmember Chow's motion first, which is to have two proposals on the table. One is to oppose 403 unless amended, and one is to approve Vice Mayor Mohan's
more general anti-discrimination.
yes, more everlasting proclamation.
Anti-discrimination.
Okay, so
Can I
if
make
that's
one-
clear enough, can we vote on it? We have
I
4
make a
minutes.
one final comment.
Okay, please.
So I think it's important that we take a strong stand tonight. It's very easy to be wishy-washy, and I hope that this council
Please no.
today
Okay, please.
it's clear
Thank you.
that we oppose SB 403, and then our action make that clear, and we are against any kind of discrimination, including caste discrimination.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And so can we start the vote, please? Councilmember Moore?
I'm sorry. I just want to clarify that the motion by the Vice Mayor, which you substituted, Mayor Way, that it does not take an opposed position to SB 403. So the vote that we're going to take first clearly states that we oppose SB 403. The other motion does not clearly state that. So I want to make sure everybody understands that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we understand it. So, Madam City Clerk, you do know the motion that's on the table?
This is for your motion.
No, for Councilmember
Oh,
Chow's motion.
yes, yes, you're correct. Yes, her new motion to prepare 2 letters on SB 403 and opposing it unless amendments are made, removing the word caste. And the reason why it's a negative connotation, and another general letter that covers the Vice Mayor's addresses the Vice Mayor's sentiments.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, so the second letter
If
also
you keep
includes
clarifying,
caste.
you're not going to be able to vote on these motions. You've got
Sorry.
2 minutes.
So let's vote by light, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The motion fails with Chow and Moore voting yes.
So we're going to, my motion, that's accept Councilmember Vice Mayor Mohan's proclamation, but authorize city attorney to put caste into it as appropriate. And I think a second by Vice Mayor Mohan, right? And I like to say one more thing. We're not here to really, I want here to say that I respect my fellow council member, Vice Mayor Mohan, because she is our representative in the Indian American community. And I understand there is a desire for the council to take very strong stance. However, I take Vice Mayor Mohan's words very seriously that she is opposing it as the bill it is, but she's willing to make Cupertino City Council have a proclamation that's going to be inclusive in the future. So I do believe that individual council members like Councilmember Chow, Vice Councilmember Moore, or Vice Mayor Mohan really can write individual letters strongly against 403. As a council, I do believe we need to be inclusive. We need to be really taking care of the whole community, the whole, what's going to happen here, now, and in the future. That is reason I made my proposal, and that is reason I am going to support my own proposal. Okay. Chow, 1 minute, council member. Oh, okay.
Councilman, we're going to need another motion to extend the meeting.
So another
Motion to extend the meeting for how long?
11:25, 5 more minutes.
Maybe?
Yeah, 5 more minutes. We really need to wrap this up. Okay, so 1 minute for you, and then we're gonna vote.
Okay, who second?
Oh, no, it's
We want to
already,
extend the meeting.
we're gonna vote on the substitute motion that I made. If there's no more comment, I would
I
like to.
have a question on your substitute motion because I'm unclear what exactly is the wording. Is that going to say we oppose any legislation?
No, it is
in
very,
containing the word
it is
caste?
very clear that
It's
I am,
unclear.
I made a motion to approve Vice Mayor Mohan's proclamation with the authorization to ask city attorney to add caste into the proclamation as appropriate. And that's
Does
been
that mean?
seconded.
How will
That is exactly what it means.
So that does not include opposing legislation, including the word caste?
That doesn't. If we're okay with it, let's
So
let's have a vote.
I don't know what we are voting on.
Motion to extend, Mayor. Who seconded that?
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Chow, and then who, I forgot who seconded.
No one seconded
Oh,
it.
sorry, I'll second it, and let's vote. We're gonna,
Okay.
extension, we're voting on extension.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And then let's vote on the substitute motion that I made. That's seconded by
But
Vice Mayor Mohan.
what exactly is the wording change? I don't understand. In adding caste where?
I think that's already been explained.
What? I don't,
That's been explained
could you,
multiple times.
city attorney, since you will be revising this, could you explain what you understand as the motion?
The motion is to revise the proclamation that was prepared by the vice mayor to include a reference to caste and in opposition to characterizing to anything that characterizes discrimination based on caste. I feel like I have enough direction between what you said and what's been discussed here to adequately convey the sentiment that council has expressed. And I concur with the mayor's statement that there would be no direct mention of SB 403 based on my understanding of the motion.
So then, so it sounds like this has been changed into totally in line with SB 403 to legalize caste as a protective class. I don't feel comfortable unless I see.
Well,
the
then
language.
don't for the motion.
Yeah, so I'm ready for a vote.
And then I would like, can I propose another substitute motion? I can, right, under the.
I will strongly recommend that council suspend the meeting at 11:25 if you propose another substitute motion.
So I motion to extend the meeting another 5 minutes.
Through the mayor's second.
Let's vote by light.
The motion carries with everyone voting no.
So, yeah, I think if we are only adding caste, that, okay, my motion will be reviving Vice Mayor Mohan's original motion, which is her original description, including the sentiment expressed in my statement, which the city attorney will include, because I think that's very different from just adding caste.
Just make the motion, please. Thank you.
Okay.
So the motion is being made. Do we have a second?
I'm sorry, I have to ask, could you please repeat that?
Okay, the vice mayor's original proclamation
Yes.
and including the sentiment expressed in Councilmember Charles' friendly amendment and mentioning the term caste.
With any mention of SB 403?
There's no mention of 403, but there is, so here is, I think there was, let me share this. I wish it could mention 403, but it seems Vice Mayor Mohan is unwilling to. So it will include this sentiment that was initially proposed as a friendly amendment. And then Vice Mayor Mohan mentioned that she is willing to include that as long as we express the sentiment in line with this paragraph.
So the one
That city
that's in
attorney
line, the yellow
will
one? Okay,
revise.
so do we have a
Right.
second, please? If not, we're going to move forward with the motion. We are 4
forward.
minutes away from.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilmember Chow, I believe you should have gone with an opposition substitute motion on SB 403.
Excuse me, are you accepting the, are you seconded?
I think it muddies the water, so I can't second it.
So
I was
you
looking
would
for something.
support
Okay,
if we
so
mention
let's not
SB
discussion on the,
403. Okay, so I accept the friendly amendment to include
She-
the
Councilmember Moore actually
paragraph.
did not say a friendly amendment.
Okay, then I amend my motion to include the we oppose SB 403 unless amended.
I accept.
Okay, so let's vote on the motion. Oh, have I not voted? I apologize. Mm.
The motion fails with Chow and Moore voting yes.
So let's go to my substitute motion that's I made and then second by Vice Mayor Mohan. Can we vote on it, please?
The motion carries with Chow abstaining and Moore voting no.
I abstain
All right.
because I'm unsure of the language.
And the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.